Mr. President, how are you? I think we've met. Have we?
No, they took me to the hotel. I mean, then he gave me a big bag. I said, man, I didn't get mud walking out there with this. He said, well, I'll take you to the hotel. I mean, what's the name in here now? I mean, I can't. Oh.
Oh, the Julio guy. That's mean the doctor must be close by. He got an escorted up through a seat. And TV flat. Oh, I mean, just speak.
The fight for Ward 1 Senate seat, and you will see who is really going to give we the people the money tonight. Just stay tuned. And Paul here might have to come upstairs and what the hell not there? I mean, the best of the second, Ed Teller. He messed up the second off, but he tells the truth. He's listening all on you about it. And he just keeps saying truth.
If I could have everyone's attention, this is a special city council meeting, so if you want to address the council, you will need to fill out a speaker slip for this meeting. So you have to fill out before the meeting starts. So if you want to speak in public speaking, you need to fill out a speaker slip in the back. Thank you.
Well, oh, you got it, you got it. You told me to be out there again today. You didn't show up, but I got some more clothes. You didn't show up, so I just said, you better be here tonight, man. You better be here right now. You better give me my key to the hotel then. He said he gonna write it like give me 2 days down there, so I gotta have a key in it. Wow, that's what we should. That's why we gotta be doing line. She gonna work this thing, man. Do your thing, baby. I mean, when they go out there, work. Yeah, they want to give me a donut. Who's that on that woman there? After the PC trying to jump. It's going to work, but I'm going back off in the, be back, man. I ain't cool, man. It's going to be that. Okay, we'll see.
Excuse me, for those of you that are just walking in, if there's anyone that wants to speak, be mindful that you still have to fill out the speaker slip, okay?
I don't know yet. I don't know yet. Hey. Oh my God. Blue cabinet. Oh! And priesthood coming up. They thought so, just like last night. So the same thing over. Come on.
Shut. Kiss to you too. Kiss to everybody. No, that's not you. Kiss to you for months. Months. When was the last time I talked to you on the phone? Exactly. I did last yesterday. I told a friend of mine, I said, right here. I said, I will. She goes, what? Get out of my face. Excuse me.
That's what I told her. I said,
I
You'll see what's up in it. Whenever we get this thing snapped, you don't pick up the phone. And you go talk about what's up. You know what I'm talking about? Answer those 3 questions. With somebody there. What? Thanks. Preacher. Good. Concerned pastors and stuff. But who the leader of the back is? They get their money like the lawyer did. You know why they don't want them? They put them in the back. Let it close. And you know where around. What's up with that? Okay, no, wait, okay, I'm sorry. Wow. Wow. There you go again, man. That's what I'm beer chasing about. Color purple up in here. A big black on the finish. Beat a white man. Beat 2 white men up at one time playing. And that's you. You ask me what's going on. Stay tuned. This year's over there, man. Big black. Man, we'll get it out here. Don't talk. Listen to the fun. Man.
This is going to be the last call for speaker slip. I'm going to put the box now. If you'd like to speak, address the public or the council, you can call slips. We can go some stuff for you.
Man, get ready for this up, man. What's up? Just gets along with 3 doctors to talk together and all that. You got like you don't know. You like this is dictate all that drunk. Look at it. I got to read that. I'm talking about in August. Yeah, but
What? Yes, I thought too. Yeah, I did too.
All right. The time is now 5:48, and the special city council meeting is now being brought to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk. Present.
Mr. Murphy?
President.
Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Ms. Burns?
Present.
Ms. Mashat?
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
President.
Mr. Worthing is absent. All right, Mr. Worthing is not in. We have 7 members present.
We have 7 members present. And now time for the pledge of allegiance, led by Councilwoman Priestley.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. That's right. Bless us, Lord.
So now it's time for the prayer of blessing, but before we do that, we would like to honor those that may have transitioned. Does anyone have anyone that they would like to honor at this time? I heard Councilman Eric Mays in the audience. But proceed, colleagues. No.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Burns.
I will honor the request of the audience member, the late Councilman Eric Mays, who will be laid to rest this Saturday.
All right. Anyone else would like to honor anyone else?
I would ask that we can stand in a moment aside from the Councilman Eric Mays as we get ready to go into this process for a moment aside. When we get to that part.
You stand, not a problem. All right, anyone else?
If I may, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Yes.
Please stand.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, extending sympathy to the family, the Kilby family, for the loss of Dan Kilby's brother, Timothy.
Okay. Thank you. And the audience members mentioned Mr. Timothy Kilby. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, I would like to acknowledge Mr. Clarence Lee Maston. Clarence Lee Maston. All right, so now we will take a stand, those that are able, for a moment of silence to honor those, including our late colleague Eric Mays. All right. So now it's time for the prayer of the blessing. Councilwoman Mashat, would you please lead the body in the prayer of the blessing?
Almighty Creator, Heavenly Father, God, we come to you now in Jesus' name. First and foremost, thank you for allowing us to live this day another day. Thank you for your grace, your mercy, your love, and your favor. Thank you for not allowing your congregation to come our way. We ask now that you would keep us in between now and us getting back to our respective homes. We ask that you would be in this room on this evening, Lord God, that you would help those who are interviewing tonight, that any nerves that they are feeling or any fear that they are feeling, Lord God, that you would please just take that out of them, that they would speak from their hearts, and that us and the residents would hear them and hear their hearts in the service that they have for this evening. It is in the mighty name of Jesus, Lord, that I thank and I pray. Amen.
Amen. So now the reading of the disorderly person city code subsection. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of the Flint City Code Section 3110, disorderly conduct, assault, battery, disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given one warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators shall be removed from the meeting. So now we will move on to public speaking. Any public speakers, Madam Clerk?
Yes. First public speaker we have is Ariel Mitchell.
Hello. Oh, yeah. Good evening, Council. I'm R.L. Mitchell, and I live at 759 East, I always say Laredo Street. I used to be on Laredo till Murphy messed up the district and messed up everything. 501 Laredo, but I live at 759 East Linden Avenue, right by the graveyard, Grace Grave. Anyway, hello, Black America, you saw what happened last night in Flint. When the Chambers went haywire in some kind of way, because the second ward don't have to sit in their right seat. But tonight, we're going to have a point of order with the San Antonio lawyers. My Mays lawyers became my lawyers because they going to make sure I'm in the right seat tonight, because Friday is on the way and Saturday is coming, just like, as a matter of fact, it's that sunrise. Anyway, you see what's happening to Flint. It's all divine guided by God himself. And you see what happened to Jerusalem. The same thing happened to Flint is happening to Jerusalem right now as I speak. And you're going to see when it's time to come, my first ward, Councilor Mays. Like I say, this is a point of order situation. The lawyer is going to make sure I'm in the right place. For the second ward, don't do that color purple stunt you done last night. Don't beat up a white man. I mean, a little bro. I mean, like I say. Oh, she didn't correct me, so I'll just keep on talking. And like I say, it was a color purple episode in here last night. You ever saw a black woman put her hand on her hips and dare the white man to come on? That's what we go. Stay tuned, America, and you're gonna see the outcome of this situation. Trying to mess with Tarzan and this little brother ain't going for it. And he in order this right now. There he is. Well, he's around here somewhere, and she still got her hair down. But and Murphy scratching his head like Kingfish and Andy. Now Jackie riding $20,000 lawnmower and don't know how to get Jefferson school. I mean, listen here, Murphy. You better be the point of order, or else you're gonna get dealt with by the king of the universe. Like David, King David is never gonna be another to fill his seat. It's just like we're gonna see who's gonna try to fill May's seat tonight. The same thing. That's all I'm gonna say. She went to podium.
Next one, speaker.
Speaker Art Woodson.
Oh my God, big black. Oh.
Let me start off by saying, Councilman Murphy, what you said last night was incorrect. You, myself, and Pastor Gilbert was on the phone when you said that you was going to run the third ward. I said it was my opinion that you shouldn't run because you are too emotional. That's what I said. You said that no one has ever given you any money. I came back from Ann Arbor. Councilman Burns was on the phone. I came all the way back from Ann Arbor and gave you money. So, Also, when you did the recall on Governor Snyder, I was the person who got the buses paid $900 to get you down to Lansing with the people who helped you with the recall. Candace, the water man, Ben Harbor. I called down to DC to help you get money to go to Ben Harbor. We had the money until you said Mike Harris and Sheldon Neely called you and told you that that I was working on behalf of the water line. We called EPA together and they told you that wasn't true. That's what was said.
That's not true.
Well, I'm just telling you what Candace said.
My name is Michael Mills, that's not true.
I don't care. I'm telling you what
Excuse me, you're being brought to order, everyone. Gentlemen of the audience, Mr.
Talk to her.
Woodson. Mr. Woodson, please.
Yo, wait, don't call my name, call his name.
Mr. Woodson, let the chair finish, okay? So what I'm saying is the person in the audience is being brought to order. Mr. Woodson, please direct your attention and your speaking to the council.
Yo, listen, I was directing it there. He spoke. So, speak over here.
Proceed, Mr. Woodson. Ma'am, you're being brought to
Do I
order.
get my time back?
Go ahead.
Do I get my time back?
You can take it back to the 1 minute mark.
All right, it was at 115. 120. It was 120.
Mr. Woodson, you're too busy arguing with the chair.
Point of order.
What's your point?
Madam Chair, Mr. Woodson's time was taken for you to bring order to the chambers. Mr. Harris did speak out, and then you had dialogue on his time. If you could please give him back in fairness his time so he can complete his time, so we can move forward, please.
Madam Clerk, what was his time? 126. Okay. 126. So let's please, Mr. Woodson, address all conversations. That's fine. Go ahead.
I trust you. I have no problem following the rules, but let's put it out there equally. I'm going to say this, right? The new people coming on, if you cannot take criticism, political criticism, don't get on this council. I'm serious. Damn near everybody up there cannot take political criticism. You're not going to get positive criticism all the time. People are going to disagree with you. People are going to disagree with your decision making. And then y'all take it personal and y'all want to lash out. We had a water crisis. And not one time did we have what we have now. And we talk mess about Kilby. We talk mess. I wish Kate Fields was still here for Julie. I'm serious. She works in Kate Fields. I wish Alan Briggs, not Alan Briggs, but Kincaid was still here. I mean, we talk mess to them. And not one time did we have anything like what we have now, and people was dying during the water crisis. And we didn't have nothing like this because Councilwoman Lewis, Candace Machado, Quincy Murphy, Judy Priestley, and Worthy, y'all take things personal. We see y'all voting as a block of 5. And that's all we're talking about. You said that you're going to change your vote because Jerry Winfrey Carter said that y'all are a block of 5. You got emotional and changed the vote. That could have been a vote that damaged the city. But you thought about yourself more than you thought about the city. And you said it, not us. You said that you the 5th vote. You said it, not us. And then you get mad and you want to respond with emotions. You clap your hands, throw your head, and everything else. That's not necessary. All we're doing is speaking to y'all politically, not personally. But when you take it personal, I'm going to meet aggression with aggression.
All right, Mr. Woodson.
Thank you.
According to the clerk who was taking record on her phone, that was the time, in all fairness. So next speaker, Madam Clerk.
is Odell Douglas. I'm here to speak on behalf of Mr. Leon Alvin. Good morning, people. Good afternoon, evening. My name is Odell Douglas. I'm here to speak on behalf of Mr. Leon Alvin. I'm a returning citizen. I met Mr. Alvin when I was in prison. My thing is, I think if he was to sit on this council, he would make a heck of an impact on the city, because there's a lot of guys that's being released from prison now, and they're coming back to our city, and our city really needs someone to guide them, because if there is no one to guide them, then they fall right back into the things that sent them to prison. So that's all I would like to say.
Right.
Rick Jones.
How y'all doing? My name is Rick Jones, and I'm really not going to speak to y'all today. I'm going to speak to the audience. Y'all may not know this, but 5 of these council people voted to suspend Eric Mays for 90 days, and one of them isn't here. How do y'all feel about somebody suspending you from work or getting you fired from work, and then picking who take your job? Also, most of you guys wasn't here when Eric Mays knocked that flag down. Yeah, that flag did fall, and it has a nice base, but it fell on its own. That ain't the last thing that's gonna fall in this room. This is the first time that a tape since Eric Mays has passed hasn't been stretched across the room. These guys are determined to keep the charter. Yep. They don't want to violate the charter. They don't want to go in front of the Ethnic and Non-Accountability Board.
Right.
So they're going to put somebody in that seat. So I ask all of the candidates out of respect for Eric Mays, if y'all really respecting him. I want to say that again. If y'all really respected him, if y'all really knew him, y'all know that he would not want 5 people that suspended him for 90 days placing somebody in his seat. These council people are going to disrespect him again, because they have been disrespecting him before he got those lawyers. And they have really picked up since he has got those lawyers. Now I'm going to speak to the council. Y'all stop treating me like I walked up here and called y'all some personal name or said anything personally about y'all, because I didn't. I asked you to find a way to help the people pay their taxes. I spoke up on how you could have zero balanced everybody's water account, and I'm quite sure some of them 198 people lost their houses because of a water lien. But you never addressed that. You only want to address, they're wearing t-shirts. He talked about this. You was on Facebook saying this. Miss Claire came up here. I want y'all to know, Miss Claire came up here too many times and asked for $15 million to go towards home repair and fixing porches and putting water heaters in people's houses. Never addressed.
All right.
Never addressed. So, out of respect for Eric May, please withdraw your name from being considered. Thank you.
All right, next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Rose Morrow.
Hello, council members and residents. I'm Rose Morrow, First Ward. Last night's meeting, last night's meeting. I was here for part of it and I went home because I had to leave. But I watched it online. The City of Flint Mayor, the Governor of the State of Michigan should be embarrassed and ashamed. What I and others witnessed last night, I could not believe. The only way we are going to be able to address the issues and find solutions is if we can work together. Let's agree to disagree and move on. The residents should come first, and I have not seen that yet. We have issues to address. The first issue, water. We have to pay for water, we can't drink. We have to purchase water to drink and cook. The only thing we can honestly do with the water in the city of Flint is flush our toilets. Second issue I have is blight. Please stop giving organizations money to clean up. That money could have been provided to the blight department to hire more staff, to purchase more equipment, and several other things. Now that would have made sense. Education. Please, I know this is city council, but people are supposed to work together no matter where you're at. We're all residents, most of us in the city of Flint. Some people do live out, and I'm not hating on nobody for that. Please work closely with the Board of Education for the sake of our children and our teachers, and the residents need you. All these schools are closed almost. We need to do something about that. Change some of them schools to training centers or something. Enough is enough. Please stop unprofessional behavior. And I've had this difference with people. People don't like me because I participate in the recall. I don't take it personal. It's how some people say it's business. But I just want everybody to do their job and do the best they can. But I'm willing to work with everybody. I'm willing to I don't have any personal feelings. I don't even know most of you guys. I just go by what I see and hear. So I'm willing to put my difference in society and work with everybody up there. Even if I don't get appointed or elected. We just got to stop this, you guys. I was embarrassed and ashamed, and to be honest, that hurt me. I mean, it really hurt me seeing that. The police should have gotten them off their board, in my opinion, but they didn't. They didn't. The only other thing I want to say real quick in this 20 seconds, the same disorderly rule that keeps being read every meeting for us, that needs to apply to council. If you're willing to put a resident out and arrest them and give them a fine, you need to apply the rest of the council members. Thank you.
All right, next. Speaker, Madam Clerk.
I'd like to apologize. I'm not sure what the name is. It's Clarence Dodge or Douglas.
Clarence Dodge or Clarence Douglas.
It's Clarence Dugdale. It's kind of nervous. I never really do public speaking, but I've been a resident here for 30 years.
Excuse me, we can't hear you. Can you speak closer?
Okay, my name is Clarence. I've been a resident here for 30 years. Moved away for a little while, came back, and it's just kind of crazy, seeing where Flint is and where Flint should be. We don't agree with everything that happened here in Flint, even with the water, but we have to realize that that happened for a reason. It's like it was like a blessing and a curse at the same time. That was, when you want to rebuild a city, you got to start from the ground. And that was one of the things that I wanted to do, build the city back. And that was one thing that where you have to start is the pipes, because that's where your root is. Then you elevate up. I heard somebody bought like 1,500 houses here. What is the condition of the houses? What did that person sign did they do an agreement to, hey, I'm just gonna buy these 1,500 properties, you know, dumps or not? Do we put them accountable to, you know, put money into it? You know, you can't just buy the property and let it sit, and then, you know, I feel that, you know, that $40 million, that is money to, you know, rebuild. And I believe like you know, that how much did Flint get from the first check in the water prices? How much? $97 million? You know, I think, you know, do we still have water pipe problems?
Yes.
And it's been, I don't know how many years it's been now, 10? You know, I feel like Flint has had, you know, plenty of time to fix all this. You know, and start to elevate to the next level. You know, and not just be Flint. You know, I was sent here to build Flint. You know, and people want to stop me. You know, and that's all I really have to say is, you know, I have so much hope for this place. And, you know, I hate to see it go to shit. I mean, it is, but, you know, it can get worse. We don't want it to get worse. I don't. You know, some people do, but me, or some people just don't care. But deep down, I do. You know, this is my root. You know, thank you.
Thank you, Ken.
My name is Gladys Williamson. I live at McKinley in Flint, Michigan. I've been here for 22 years. When I moved into my house, I paid $78,000 for it. I've dumped over $100,000 into that house, and now the city says my home is just barely worth over $30,000. And I've got 7 cases of water any given time in my kitchen because I can't drink the water. And I went through this water thing, and that we have to sit here and we have to fight to get anything done or to get this $85 million that you went in the back room and decided what you were going to give to the concerned pastors.
Hey,
I don't care about the concerned pastors. They got paid off by Snyder so that they wouldn't show back up in Lansing in his face.
wow!
That's right. So why would you give the concerned pastors any of this $85 million? That's my question. And you've got a lot of nerve going in that back room. And I want to appreciate Miss Winfrey and Miss Burns for not going in that back room and shutting that door on the people that money belongs to. Shame on all of you. And you, Miss Priestley, you got a lot of nerve having me removed by a police officer because I was talking to Art Woodson too loud. I watched you, Miss Priestley, speak with Quincy out loud. We heard you all the way over here. And you put me out, and then you let her, Miss Lewis, get up out of her seat over here, and she come out in the audience to fist fight with us. And you didn't throw her out, and you are a coward. That's right, and I ain't taking any of it back. And I'm really glad that Eva Worthing isn't here either, because she's a coward. She don't do anything for the 9th Ward. Not nothing. And I'm over pretty much all of you. And I don't even know you, Miss Priestley, except from the executive meeting that you stole. Wow. You know, do something right.
Give back to the people that pay the taxes. Don't do your pet projects on the backs of the taxpayers of these homes that are getting confiscated because they can't afford their taxes anymore. Serve your constituents. You serve your constituents.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Geraldine Brennan.
Good evening, everyone. I'm here on behalf of Leon Elming to have him come on board to replace Eric Mays would be an honor. It would be an honor because he's passionate. He's passionate to the people, not just the adults, but the children also. So I'm asking you tonight, when you're thinking about what you should do, which way you should go, please keep Leon Elming in mind, because compassion, following the rules, is the name of the game.
Next public speaker.
Mr. James Moore.
James Moore, hope everyone can hear me. From the second ward. I just want to say first to my friend, Eric was a politician. He was a council person, full-time, with part-time pay. He was the unofficial mayor of the city of Flint, because everybody called him, from the small man to the no man to the governor, to stop calling him because he had the deep voice. Eric was about getting something done, and whoever gets that seat, I'm glad it ain't me, but they gonna have a job on their hands to be able to live up in that seat. And then turn around and take this time to point out, you know, Eric would call, I call it the 54 Club. The 54 Club, because I come down here every time and I see that same 5 up against the same 4. And in the deep voice that's now silenced, Eric called it the Goofy Council. But I want to say this here, and it ain't often that I say it, but I want to point out the 3rd ward, which is Quincy Murphy. I heard him a couple weeks back, he stood up, y'all, and he went against the 5. And he was for the children, the babies, and the people that can't afford health insurance, and people can't afford to go to the grocery stores because we can't get them open. Y'all won't give them the money. You know, he was about trying to get it, and all y'all agreed to it, and then turn around, hell broke loose, and y'all didn't get shit done from it. So I want to say, Quincy, they say you growing up, you say you growing up, you doing something. But stand for your rights, brother. Speak up like you get your ass out there and cut that grass. And right. I know you're gonna just do something for the people. Keep your heart. And then while you're doing the rules, learn something from Quincy. Y'all whisper a lot.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Brady.
Where you at, Jill? Where you at?
Excuse me, it's Freddie McCoy.
How you doing, Council? The reason why I put my name on the public speaking, I was trying to figure out how y'all was going to do the interview, because I didn't get no agenda. And I had to learn from Channel 5, you know, how it's being set up. So how it's being set up, that's the question. question answered.
Unfortunately, it's not a back and forth, so we can't respond during public speaking, but we can respond during council comments.
That's not an answer.
There you go again.
That's not an answer.
That's with the public.
You know, it's the public. If you address to the Channel 5 and the media that you have the candidates and interviewing on Thursday, I need to know why and how you're doing it. Because I interviewed for the same spot 10 years ago when Delrica Lloyd resigned, and they backdoored and had a personal candidate already put in place, and the interview was just a formality. So I'm trying to get it. Y'all trying to get it straight here. And I know y'all knew. And I know Enzel Brown, she ran it proper. And when she called me and she set up a time for the interview, and I met with the council. You know, and Sheila Neely, I give him credit for this. He called me at 11 o'clock at night and told me that the whole thing was rigged.
What?
You know, and he said I was the best candidate at the time because I had the best idea. And he said he was sorry for how it was rigged and Ms. Kroon should have never got that position. So that's all I need to address right now.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
January Arbor.
My name is Jan Marie Arbor, 7th Ward resident. I'm in agreement with Ms. Rose Morrow. Last night was a mess. It was reprehensible. The behavior exhibited by the so-called president of this city council, along with the so-called vice president of this city council. Your behavior was immature, unprofessional, and unforgivable. How dare you call out others about their demeanor and lack of appropriate behavior when you acted like Mean Girls 3. So both of you to go again after Dennis Pfeiffer. First you went after him, accusing him of being a racist. Next you go after him, accusing him of being a sexist. What are you trying to do? Set up lawsuits to get paid by the city of Flint? What both of you are chaos agents. You are non-productive for the city, and both of you need to go. Now, as it regards tonight's process, I harken back to Allie Herkenroder, who gave her resignation on June 8th, 2023. She, however, was not replaced by the interim council person until July 24th. That's nearly 7 weeks later. That went again. No, don't nod your head in the negative. That is the affirmative and the facts. She gave her resignation notice on June 8th. Look it up. It's documented in line and otherwise. I don't care what your lying eyes say. You're hypocrites. You're absolutely right. And this needs to be resolved. Liars need to be replaced. And another follower, another rubber stamp for Neely does not need to be on this council. You need to have somebody who can come to balance out this council instead of continue to kiss the behind of somebody who wants to steal from the people and give to those who support getting into office and give it to those who want to
Eric Mays, this is the criteria that we need. What did Councilman Mays fight for in his last months on this council? Whoever replaced him got to pick up the baton to continue the fight that he waged. That's the criteria. What is your position on the $15 million additional dollars for home rehab and rehabilitation that he introduced in December? And it failed. What is the candidate's position on the 190 homes that was swept up and scooped up by rich investors without notifying this city? Talking about we can't get in the real estate business. He spoke on that issue. He fought to get the homes. Now you're trying to give $500,000 to help the people. The people want to stay in their homes. They don't want no rent subsidies. Some of these people homes was paid for. And furthermore, he called for a special hearing where some of us testified for water affordability. We didn't need the $300 that y'all allocated on our bills. Now you turn around, now people getting their water turned back off. So these candidates, God love them. But if you're going to fill that seat, maybe you need to go get another seat. But if you're going to fill that seat, you're going to have to fight for millions more dollars in home rehab and rehabilitation. And one of the things that he said when he introduced the additional 15, we had asked for 16, he wanted 15 additional dollars. He said he was going to come back again and again and fight for some more millions. And so this is what we're looking to hear in the interview of the candidates. Are you a community-minded person? Do you have the guts to stand up and fight, even if you have to do it alone? Candidate. Are you going to allow the $40 million to wither on the vine? Because we know we got till December 31st of this year to allocate that money. Candidate, what's y'all's position on that? These are the things we need to know before we approve someone. Thank you.
All right, next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
Luana Terry.
My name is Luana Terry, and I'm here about last night. I have my 12-year-old daughter and my 5-year-old grandson who's here with me tonight. Y'all are lucky we had just left when that broke out, because I'm not going to have to beat somebody ass acting like that in front of my child and my grandchild. So I just want y'all to know, when mine is in this meeting, y'all better keep y'all shit right.
All right. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
Lottie Durant.
Like animals, I'm just here to get this monkey off my back. But I have been throughout this meeting 3 times for speaking. Yesterday, someone incited violence, almost a riot, and the same officer that those people out this meeting did step up to put her out. She should have been put out last night. She didn't make this a hostile environment. She made it hard for people to come around here and hear people speaking out first. We upset. We are upset. Our houses on the chocolate block. They put more taxes on us. She got a $1,600 water bill. She not worried about losing her home. She's no better than nothing because she sits up there. I'm just injured. Yes, you, Miss Mandel Lewis. My name is Miss Potter, they call me Baby Doll. During the water crisis, they call me the water lady. I'm the one brought all them semi trucks this way. And then y'all put it on YouTube, y'all ain't gonna know out of town help. But we the one coming to help. This is my town, whether I live here no more or not. But I drive 2 hours to come here. What I gotta say to Liddell, what you did to my brother, Mr. Pfeiffer. You politely jumped up in his face and asked what to fight him. And he walked away from you, and then you came up to him again trying to fight him. You wrong as hell. You talking about you a doctor? You need to look at that degree again. And then you helping a lady that put you in a position and left you hanging, had you take the fall while she stayed gone for 2.5 hours while you taking her dirty work. You were just a follower. And at the end of the day, like I said, Pussy Murphy, when I got a problem with you, yesterday you said you stand for business. When it was time for y'all to finish business, when she was gone, and then Judy was talking about she wanted to leave, y'all, you could have voted yes. You said you didn't want to. You did that little thing. So you want to stand on business that night, last night at all. Because if you really want to stand on business, you would have agreed with Burns, Carter, Pfeiffer. Y'all could have had the meeting finished last night. But you didn't vote. You talked your game. You let them get in your ear. I don't know if you get a Lewis and Priestley or them, because every time you do try to do right and when you talking good, here they go whispering in your ear. Each one of them, and they talk. They call us like to talk. You see y'all from too. Because the Bill and Miss Worthy, she be on Facebook posting while she gonna be in a meeting. So I'm gonna tell you something. I'm not scared of none of you clocks. And Miss Muschamp, I had my brother's back since you was walking with Liddell. I had his back too. Like I said, if you're gonna do the job for the resident here, do it. Like I asked you yesterday, y'all don't give a damn about them, just say it. All y'all gotta do is say it. You know the BS shit y'all doing, y'all not showing shit. You're not showing them to the kids see all of them. And then y'all saying y'all care about the senior citizen, but you put them out. That's right. So you're a double two-faced butt. So at the end of the day, y'all hypocrite like hell. And you got your own mind, your own heart. Don't let them 3 ladies or them 4 ladies get up in your ear when you doing right, because you be doing right. You talk, but then they get up in your ear when you go against them. But when you had something to vote for, they all didn't even stay here to help you out. Just do your business.
Liberty Bell.
Hold on one second. Before I start, do anybody need some water? Nobody need any water? I didn't even need to say my name. Can you put the 3 o'clock on? No? Alright, well, I was at last night's meeting, and I want to thank Pfeiffer as well as Tanya Burns as well as Ms. Carter in regards to speaking up on the House of Esther, which is in the First Ward, as well as speaking up about, my children's and how they have all these funds available to them, but they're asking for our ARPA dollars that we still have sitting back here. I would also like to address the fact that I am taking my name out of this special appointed or whatever because I want to run. And I do have respect for Councilman Mays, and know what Eric James stood for, then you would also take your name out of this election and let's do a special election. Like she said, she stated facts. When old girl resigned in the summertime, that was 7 weeks. So thank you. And I'm out. Nobody need no one. I love her. Everybody need no one. So,
All right, so now that concludes public speaking, and now we are on to council comments. Do we have any council members that would like to respond to the public?
I'll go ahead. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Ms. Murphy-Carter.
Thank you. First, I would like to thank all of the speakers. Thank you guys for coming out tonight and being engaged in the process. This is a very important special council meeting as we are here to appoint someone for the first ward seat. First, I would like to say to Ms. Gladys, you got up and you spoke, and I just want to say to you that it is clear that it is a double standard up here. Council Commissioner Redmond, thank you. You are absolutely correct. Having compassion is key. It is essential as a council member. Now, I want to speak to the candidates tonight, and I want to just say this, and someone got up and spoke about this. I think it was Ms. Anne Marie Arden, and I want to reiterate, we don't need another rubber stamp up here. Please come on and don't stand for the people. Okay? Councilman Mays fought. He fought for the people. Not only for the first ward people, he fought for people all over this city. First, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, and ninth. And if you're not about that business, you don't need to sit in that seat.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Burns.
Thank you. Thank you for all the speakers, everybody, and for the candidates who are out here. And I want the candidates to know I take everything and read everything, and I take it very serious. Because last night, we had a catastrophe. It was chaotic. And I want to apologize to the public. Thank you. I want to apologize to the public because our council president and council vice president were out of control. It was violent. No woman should be trying to fight 3 grown men. That should not be happening. Should not be happening. When we talk about the ARPA money, Councilman Mays, that seat, I don't know if you can ever feel those shoes because I miss him dearly. And the sentiments of my councilwoman to my right, Ms. Winfrey Carter, he fought. He fought for what was right. People didn't like this, he would say, his style. But he cared and had a compassion for people, for community, for those who don't normally have a voice. And that's what that seat is for. I will not vote for a rubber stamp. I absolutely will not. I will not do it. We have to make sure things are fair and equitable. We have a clique of 5 and 4. That has to be changed. You have to be independent in your thinking and in your voting and how you process it. That is what I want to do. And Ms. Jan-Marie, it was 7 weeks. They took off the entire month of June or July. Council did, which had never been done. And so it was 7 weeks. They voted to take it off. So we didn't even have council meetings. So for almost 2 months, there were no council. 7 weeks, there were no council meetings. So you are correct. You are factual. You are factual.
speak during council response?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Thank you. Thank you to all the speakers who spoke. And let me speak on Rich Jones. I heard him come and speak. Councilman Eric Nays poured 18 properties some years ago, I think when former Mayor Karen Weaver was in position. And to this day, those 18 properties have not been resolved. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe he lived in one of the homes.
No, he did. No, we're not, Mr. Murphy.
My point
He
is.
lives in
Excuse me, sir.
Come see
Sir, you're being brought to order.
Why not let him?
Sir, that's your warning.
I'll take him.
I appeal.
And so, Chair, sir,
Point of order.
this is your warning.
Point of order.
Ms. Burns, you shall
Point
not
of
again.
order.
Ms.
I said
Burns.
you are to stop. You're supposed to cease talking. But point of order. You need to follow the rules. Unless it's going to be fight night number 2. Point of order. Point of order. It's your job to ask what is your point
Let's
of
make
order.
sure that we are not.
Madam Chair, it's your job to ask what is my point of order.
Ms. Burns.
Point of order.
Let's not yell. at the
Point
chair.
of order.
And what is your point?
My point is I appeal the ruling of the chair.
Murphy, what you done?
There has been an appeal of the ruling of the chair. And it has been supported. So the chair has ruled Mr. Garrett out of order for continuing to yell out and disrupt the meeting. And it has been supported by Dennis Pfeiffer. And according to council rules, that's where the chair makes her decision. So we'll go ahead and start with Ms. Burns. Ms. Burns, let's make sure that we keep it.
I don't need
Germaine.
directions. No, I don't need directions. That is not your job to tell me what to say. I have a First Amendment right. Excuse me, you are not throwing my time speaking. Can Madam Clerk, can I get my time back?
No.
Because she's taking my time. She's taking my time. Thank you. See, this is the problem that we had last night. When the public, and she continuously, Councilwoman Liddell Lewis uses the rules in her time to weaponize the police and to kick people out. Now, people are here passionate. We're here to get some business done.
Ms. Burns.
We are here to get.
Ms. Burns.
Excuse me.
Ms. Burns, the chair is bringing. We will have order, or we will be removed from the chamber. Okay? Ma'am, you're being brought to order. Ma'am, that will be your order.
My point of order.
Ma'am.
You are to cease talking, Madam Chair, and ask what's the point where Robert's order.
Excuse me, according to council rules, the chair is in charge of the meeting, and the chair is getting control of the meeting. So, we would like to encourage everyone in attendance, please, no yelling out. Let's make sure that we are abiding by council rules in terms of the audience, so we can proceed with this meeting with the council members. Ms. Burns, according to Robert's rule, you can't speak to the motives of colleagues, so please, let's keep it germane for the speaking of Mr. Jarrett's warning. So let's keep it germane to Mr. Jarrett's warning.
Madam Chair, you will not violate my First Amendment rights. I need you to understand that. You need to understand that. And if you don't know, you can Google it and read it, okay? So when it comes to I'm speaking to you, I'm speaking facts, big difference. It was a fact last night that you stood up to fight 3 grown men. It was a fact last night that when I asked you no, those are facts. I'm not speaking to motives, I'm speaking to a fact. That's a fact.
We're asking again.
Madam Chair, you need to warn yourself for interrupting.
Ms. Burns, please cease speaking. The chair is bringing order to this meeting. We're asking you, according to our council rules, which states that you must be germane to the motion at hand. The motion at hand is the appeal of Mr. Jared's warning. So please keep all comments to the appeal for Mr. Jared. Anything else will not be germane, and you shall get a warning.
Madam Chair, you keep stopping me. You need to warn yourself because you're not giving me time to wrap it up and tie it in. When something is said that you don't like, you are stopping and intervening. That is not your job as chair. You're trying to censure my voice. That's not your job. That's not, you're talking now. Warn yourself. You're talking now. Give yourself a warning. You're still talking. Warn yourself. You're still talking. This is not your time. Warn yourself. Something is wrong with you. Something is wrong with you.
What is your point?
Well, you were just gonna say what?
What is your point?
Councilwoman Lewis, listen. Let her finish speaking. Let her make her point. Okay? That's all she's trying to do. Why are you stopping her from talking?
What rule has been broken?
And why don't you stop talking while she's talking?
What rule has been broken?
The rule has been broken. A common courtesy rule. The rule is you don't talk when other people are talking.
Let's proceed, Ms. Burns. Please start the clock.
Again, as you can see, we are ruled by a dictator, a tyrant, and people should be able to voice their opinions. It is freedom of speech, but the truth does hurt. And I understand that Mr. Jared has a right to speak out because there's so many injustices that happen in this chamber. Injustices such as last night. Injustices where people are often put out. Injustices, we had an entire second shift in the council chambers and tactical gear to put out residents underneath her leadership. I understand those things. So when you speak out, she wants you put out. She will remove you. And Papa Jared, I'm going to speak up for you. Because you spend your time in this community and support it. And enough of us, we got to stand up against people. We have to let them know that status quo is no longer acceptable. I'm not going to be bullied or intimidated, and I'm not scared, and I'm not afraid. And you are not going to treat me like you treat other people. Last night she called me a bitch. Last night, our council president. She doesn't show respect for her colleagues. She doesn't respect anyone. I simply told her, I didn't want what happened, but you can see what's happening. She had no respect. And something is wrong. People should be able to come here and voice their opinions. And you want to know why these are dumpster fire meetings? It's because the person who's chairing, it's her. It's not Councilman Mann. It's not him. He's no longer with us. It's the chair, Liddell Lewis.
Anyone else would like to respond during council response time? What is your point? Oh, excuse me. So my fault. So we are appealing the ruling of the chair. Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Yeah. When the colleague in the fourth ward, because this is how I took it, it sounded like the colleague in the fourth ward, or the third ward, said that Mr. Mays lived in one of those houses. That's the way I took it. I think that's the way Mr. Jared took it. Right. So that's why. That's the way it came out. That's the way it came out. So I hope you understand why there was outrage and potentially a warning given to Mr. Jared is because it was almost a defamatory comment towards Mr. Mays. That's the way it came out. And I know that you know that Mr. Mays did not live in one of those houses, but that's the way it came out. So as we sit back and just not explode and realize that was probably a justified outburst, that a little common courtesy and a little leniency would be greatly appreciated. We're trying to get through a difficult time, and the way it came out, that's the way it came out. And that's the way I took it. I assume that's the way the majority of the audience took it. So I hope my colleagues don't give Mr. Jared a warning, because in my opinion, it was wholeheartedly deserved the outburst based on what was said and the way it was interpreted. Thank you.
All right, so next public speaker, Mr. Murphy.
Yes, thank you so much. So, it's unfortunate you thought that, because that wasn't, what I said. Now, let me repeat what I said. Rich Jones came up here and spoke about zero water balances and, helping homeowners with their taxes. What I said was Eric Mays, and I don't take it back, and I'm gonna repeat it again so you can understand this time. Speak closely to the mic so you make sure you hear what I said. I said Eric Mays poured 18 properties. Do your research, because you like to read and do your research, and I'm gonna use my word that I use all the time, critical thinker. You are a critical thinker. So you go and do your research. He poured 18 properties. One of those 18 properties is a property that just the speaker came up and spoke on. And these properties been poured since Karen Weaver was the mayor. For over 5, 6, 7 years, and I want the public to hear this, because this is not something that I made up. This is facts. This is the truth. But since Karen Weaver was the mayor, when them 18 properties been poured, it's been people living in those properties and they paid a dollar taxes. Go put it up. Call Amanda at 766-7072 in the water department and ask her who named them properties in and when the last time they had paid taxes. And why some of y'all out here losing y'all properties, and those 190 people who lost taxes, and I want you to hear this. Of them 190 people who lost taxes, you got people living in homes for 6 and 7 years that Eric Mays for, and they ain't paid no taxes. That's what I said. And it's not.
Mr. Murphy, what are you saying? Madam Chair, can we get some decorum? You corrected me. Can you please correct Councilman Murphy? Can we get some decorum? Right.
It's not fair, and I'm taking it back. It's not fair that 190 residents lost their properties, and we sitting up here talking about 190 people who lost their taxes. When you got people living in these 18 houses, they ain't paying no taxes in 7 and 8 years, and we ain't got no problem with that. That's what I said. I never said Eric Mays. I never said Eric Mays. And give him a warning. Sir, give him a warning. Sir, I didn't say any warning.
Go ahead. Proceed, Mr. Murphy.
It is not fair that over the last 6, 7, 8 years, that 18 properties was poured, and these people still living in these properties and ain't paying no taxes, and 190 people, and people still having to pay taxes. Is not fair. We want to be fair all the way across the board.
Ma'am, let's not yell out, please.
Give
us one time. Give us one time.
You ready?
Give us one time.
Thank you. Mr. Murphy, I think the outburst came from
Please start the clock.
Because I don't know if you realize this, but you did
Ms.
say.
Please hold. Please start the clock. Thank you for proceeding.
I don't know if you realize this, but you did say, you talked about the 18 properties, and you did say that Councilman Mays lived in one of the properties. You said that. You said that. You said
Because public speaking is over. It's over, Mr. Jones. Please have a seat. Mr. Jones, public comment is over. Mr. Jones, public comment is over. Please take your seat. Mr. Jones, please.
I want to address him.
And officers.
Officer what? Officer what? I want to address him.
Mr. Jones.
You should have been arrested last night.
Excuse me, ma'am. That is your warning. You cannot yell out. You can't appeal during the appeal. So now we can proceed. Go ahead and stand your card.
So, Mr. Murphy, while you sitting up here ranting and thinking you up here speaking critically, using your critical thinking skills, you need to go back, retract, because you did say that Councilman Mays lived in one of those houses. Because I even said, no, he did not. This is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Here we go again, another dumpster fire. We have had several dumpster fires. In fact, every meeting that Councilwoman Lewis and Councilwoman Michette chair turns into a dumpster fire. But unfortunately, last night, Councilwoman Priestley chaired the meeting and it turned into a dumpster fire. And in my opinion, Councilwoman Lewis and Councilwoman Michette should have been thrown out the meeting last night. We need to suspend them for 90 days. And throwing out residents, that's appalling. It's appalling. The residents are the people who elected us to sit here in these seats. And I'm going to always protect the residents. No one should have to come here and get put out of a meeting, escorted out by a police. Weaponizing the police against the residents has become a practice here in our meeting. And it's appalling.
Anyone else would like to speak during council comment? During this appeal. All right, saying that there is no one else allowed to speak, I'll be the last to speak. According to our council rules, public speaking is 3 minutes. At the lectern, council comment, public speaking is now over. And so when public speaking is now over, according to council rules, we cannot be disorderly. That's the Flint City Code subsection. We cannot yell out and disrupt the meeting. If you continue to yell out and disrupt this meeting, then you will receive a warning. Violators are subject to arrest, misdemeanor, and shall be removed from this meeting. It's totally fine. Just to know, violators shall be removed from this meeting. So according to our city code subsection, I invite you to go to the website and check it out for your own reading pleasure so you will know what rules we are abiding by on this body. So in the meantime, if you would like to overturn the ruling of the chair, please vote yes. With the support of the chair, vote no. Roll call, Madam Clerk. No.
Murphy?
No.
Yes.
Burns?
Yes.
Michelle?
No.
Mr. Piper?
Yes.
The vote is 3 yes, 4 no. The ruling of the chair stands. So, as we move on, we are,
Madam Chair.
go ahead.
There was another appeal when you gave another audience member a warning.
Okay. So that was the lady in the black sweatshirt?
My name is Direct.
Go ahead.
You said Mr.?
Miss Direct. My name is Miss Direct. It's my building.
All right then, so we are in support? All right, so the chair, once again, wanted to bring in an audience member to order. She refused to get an order, so according to the zoning department subsection, she was from the meeting. So therefore, she has received her first warning. Please proceed, Ms. Burns.
This community, the council president, Liddell Lewis, continuously gaslights. And they turn into dumpster fires. She gaslights this community, and then she'll pull back and become the victim. We should be willing to hear the candidates now. But because it is so important to not hear her colleagues speak, if she don't like you, she's gonna put you out. And that goes with these people who come here. And it's not what these council chambers are for. We have to have a responsibility to listen, to be respectful, if you want to be respected. They don't respect her because she doesn't respect them. And it's meeting after meeting after meeting after meeting. She doesn't respect her colleagues. Not at all. She doesn't respect me. I can't think of anybody else, really. And if she don't like you, and I don't respect her, I don't care for her, but I'm gonna do the business. I've never had a council person call me a bitch.
Ms. Burns. Ms. Burns, so please pause Ms. Burns time again. Ms. Burns, I'm going to ask you again to please state your name to the appeal of Ms. Redmond. This is about Ms. Redmond receiving her first warning. According to our council rules, you must be germane when speaking to appeals. If not, you will be warned.
Madam Chair, you keep taking my time because you're not allowing me to wrap up. So you don't know whether it's germane or not. You hear something you don't like and you stop it. It's a bullying tactic. And it's a bullying tactic that is used on the residents by warning them. Warning the residents is a bullying tactic. The residents are being bullied. If you don't like what they say, you threaten to remove them. And that's what you do. You want people to respect you, show some courtesy, show some grace, show some grace. It's not given by you. It's not given by you. You want to know why these residents are so angry and furious and upset? Some of the same things that they have been thrown out for, you should have been thrown out tonight or last night. It's hard to be here. Residents are passionate. There was an untimely death of Councilman Mays, and people understood that he was removed for 90 days, for 30 days, every time he asks a question. The residents are passionate, and you want to censure my voice. You want to take away my First Amendment right. You don't care about that. It's something that you feel you've gotten away with, right? Councilman Mays left, he lived for this council, he left with a broken spirit. Y'all broke him down. Broke him down. And we get these residents, you're trying to break them down too. And anybody else who's susceptible to that. I'm not made of that. I'm gonna fight for my seat, and I'm gonna fight for these residents when you throw them out. You were wrong to warn them, Madam Chair.
All right. So,
yes, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Carter.
Okay, so this is the thing. We have a full house tonight. The chambers are full. The residents are here. This is a very emotional time, okay? Everybody here, I believe they are emotional. They're trying to find out who's going to be appointed. Residents may clap, they may say something out loud, but we shouldn't be putting them out.
Thank you.
We shouldn't be putting them out. I cannot continue to reiterate that this chamber, the council chamber, is for the residents. Okay? This chamber is for the residents to come and be engaged in the process. So are we saying to the residents, don't come down here? Yeah, pretty much. Because if you clap your hands, if you say, whisper to your neighbor, you're gonna get a warning and you're gonna get put out.
That's right.
Do we want that to happen? Do you want the people who elected you to sit in your seat to feel frightened to come down to their city council chamber? This is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Pastor Threadkill, you better not say amen. You're going to get a warning. You know, you can't say, you can't say amen, you can't say, oh, you're right, you can't say nothing. Oh, Miss Gladys, you better sit down, you're going to get a warning. I mean, how ridiculous. This is ridiculous. And it's such a waste of time. While you paying attention to what's going on in the audience, you should be focused on what's going on up here. That's what you should be focused on. I'll be voting against the chair because I don't believe our residents should be escorted out of the city council chambers for the people of the city of Flint.
Anyone would like to speak on this appeal?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Ms. Winter-Carter, you are correct. It is an emotional night. And there's no sympathy by the chair. There's no sympathy. There's no empathy. Nothing whatsoever. This tonight. Tonight is the last night that that name is going to be in front of that placard. Tonight is the last night that Mr. Mays' name is going to be right there. It's we got into, you know, there's a reason that there's more chairs out there than there are up here. And the colleagues up here don't realize that. They don't care. They don't care that they're trying to fight for their own.
Mr. Pfeiffer, so you're being brought to order. You can't speak
I don't care what
according
you
to
can.
according to our rules. You can't speak. Okay.
See, this is what I'm talking about. This is exactly because Mr. McCoy, I know you spoke, if you're still here, you spoke about the last process being rigged. It's already rigged again, buddy. That's why they don't care if quorum gets broken. They don't care if people leave. They don't care if they throw people out. Decisions already been made. And they don't care. They don't care. They don't care that the next person carries the torch of Mr. Mays. They want the opposite. They want the opposite. It's a very emotional night, and there's no empathy. And I pray that the residents see this and make appropriate changes. That's the only thing I can do.
Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you so much. And, to my colleague, Mr. Pfeiffer over there, it's very unfortunate, as grown as you is, to be sitting up there speaking on people's motives and what we already got some rigged. And for you to go over there, for you to sit over there and say that this election process and this selection for,
what is it, man?
It's not germane to the
Thank you. That one, Jermaine, what he said, he accused us of being real and already knowing what we gonna do, but it was okay for him to say what he said, but it ain't okay for us to clap back and respond to false allegations being made against us about a councilman. And I want you to remember this, and I don't care what you think, and I don't care how much the audience clap. Don't speak for Councilman Quincy Murphy and the Third Ward. You cannot tell nobody what you think my mom is, and I don't know what, or who are not going to go here and make you think that you is the voice of some people in the audience or for us, but you don't speak for me. So you remember that and take that to the bank and go cash that. And to those who came here for the interview process, I want you to know that I am truly open to hear all the candidates, and I have been receiving calls on who I should vote for, and I told anybody who has contacted me that I am here today to listen to all the candidates. I want to hear what you guys have to say, and I'm going to pray and make the best decision that I think for this community. What I will promise you that I am not going to vote for somebody who I think will sit in that seat and be controversial. So if that's you might be able to say it yourself.
Anyone else would like to speak on this appeal? All right. So with that being said, Madam Chair, I'm allowed to speak. Just as spoken with Mr. Jared. We can't continue to yell out. The lady in the audience was brought to order. She refused to stop speaking. She received her first warning. According to the Flint City Code subsection 3110, if you continue to disrupt the meeting, then you will receive one warning. And if that persists, then you may be arrested for a misdemeanor. However, you shall be removed from the meeting. So keeping that in mind, City Code subsection, we're going to go ahead and call for the roll call vote on this appeal. If you vote yes, you will return the ruling of the chair. No, will uphold it. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
No.
Ms. Priestley? No. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Mr. Shep?
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
The vote is 3 yes, 4 no.
The vote is 3 yes, 4 no. The ruling of the chair stands and the audience member is warned. So we're going to move back on to council response. Anyone else for council response? Anyone else for council? All right, so seeing no one else, I will go ahead and take my time. So according to council records and also media outlets, such as Flint v. Allie Herman wrote her last day on council was July 1st, 2023. So please check council records as well as other media outlets which can be found by Google, which states that her last day on council was July the 1st, 2023. Just want some clarity there. As well as for the process tonight, we're going to explain the process before we go through it. And we are definitely grateful for the candidates that came out to interview this evening. But just in the spirit of all fairness, just want to make sure that we're all on the same page. When I went to Hasselbrink to listen to the candidates' forums, they were respectful, they were quiet,
They were listening to the candidates. They had decorum. These chambers deserve that same respect. So in order for us to have this interview session, because we don't want to prolong it and be here all night, we don't want to have to clear the chambers from all residents so we can have this meeting. So I am asking every single resident to please have decorum, please not yell out, so we can proceed with interviewing the candidates with 2 separate rounds. I don't want to keep having to bring people to order. That's not what we're here for. And so, with your cooperation, we can get this done
Madam Chair,
this
request
evening.
for information.
What is your request?
Margaret, can you explain what it means clear the chamber from everyone?
Clear the chamber means...
Are you staying with the warning or just to ask the doors to be shut to where it's just us council members? Can you provide?
Yeah, that's what.
So, moving on, we want to make sure that we won't even have to utilize that option because we're confident that the residents will continue to act with decorum so we all can hear who will be filling the first, be filling the first ward vacancy. So with that being said, we want to continue on with the agenda, and we are currently on the purpose of the meeting. So now we will go ahead and turn the purpose of the meeting over to the clerk, Ms. Donahue. But please hold, before we do so, we would like to encourage all colleagues as well as audience members to please silence your mobile device. Thank you.
Okay, today's special council meeting was called for the purpose of interviewing qualified applicants, candidates regarding the vacancy of the office of first ward council member. And we had scheduled 9 applicants for today, for the last release that I put out. Since that time, I have also qualified 1 additional candidate who has not been publicly named, but he is, has met the minimum qualifications to date. That's going to be Mr. John B. Billings Jr. And as you all heard, Ms. Liberty Bell has removed herself from consideration. So we are back to 9 candidates. So at this time, for the candidates that are here, I'm going to ask them to come up. We're going to have the first 5 take seats here, and then the other 4 on the side. So if I can have,
if you are here, first candidate is Ms. Linda Anthony. Leon L. Alden, Cynthia Hayes, Terrell King, and Freddie McCoy. I'm going to ask Ms. Monroe, lady over here, along with Ms. Roberts, and she is here. And then finally, Mr. Walker and Mr. Rose.
You just sit me by myself.
so the candidates have just been divided alphabetically. Your first 5 are here. Your second 5 will be next, but we've got 4, so we want you to start with these first 5 candidates.
Okay, thank you. So what we're going to do, is going to be a round robin, and each council person, we're going to ask our individual question, and then you're going to have 2 minutes to respond to the question. So after all colleagues have went through the process, you're going to have 3 minutes to make your closing statements, okay? All right.
So we want to make sure that we are clear. All right.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
can you state that again?
Yeah, not a problem. So we're going to do like a round robin. We're going to start in with the second ward. I'm going to ask a question of the candidates. You're going to have 2 minutes to respond to the question. And after my question has ended, then we're going to move on to the next colleague. He's going to ask his question. The same thing, you all will have 2 minutes to respond. Now, you don't have to take up the entire 2 minutes. That's not the case. We want to make sure that you thoroughly answer the question, but you will have 2 minutes to do so. And the time will be kept on the both monitors. All right. And then at the end, you will have up to 3 minutes to give a summation of why you feel that you are the best candidate or whatever you would like to tell this body. So do you have any questions? All right. So,
request for permission.
What is your request?
Are you going to allow them opening statements at all?
Yeah, we can. That's fine. We can have them introduce openings. Yeah, we can have them introduce themselves. So we'll give you all a 1 minute opening statement to tell us a little bit about yourself, and then we'll start from there with the questions. Okay. All right. So we will start from my right to left. So that will be Mr. McCoy. So we want to give you 1 minute for your opening statement.
My name is Freddie Eugene McCoy. Been a resident of First Ward for 54 years. I'm a retired correction officer for the state of Michigan and the state of Wyoming. I feel that I'll be the best candidate because I've been in this ward all my life, and I had done the work on the ground with Mr. Mays and all the previous council members, from Del Rico Lord to Bill Buchanan to Omar Center. They all know me. And everything I've done out of my own pocket. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry. Go ahead, Mr. King.
Well, my name is Terrell Dwayne King, and a resident of the First Ward all my life, on the corner of Philadelphia and Aubrey. My family's been there since the 50 years of the first black family in the neighborhood. And I just want to keep things better than what they are now.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, everybody. My name is Cynthia Hayes. I'm a resident of First Ward. I've been a resident of First
Madam
Ward.
Chair, can she turn it down? Bend the top of it.
This part.
Bend the top of it. Thank you.
Want to start?
Can you speak a little closer to you? Go ahead.
All right. Good evening, everybody. My name is Cynthia Hayes. I've been a member of resident of First Ward for 10 years. I've been a friend of Eric Mays for, I'll be 55 the 1st of April. I've been a friend of his since I was maybe about 25. I used to bartend in our bedroom. He was always such a great temper. In the process, me and my mother was getting a divorce, and I told Mr. Mays that we wanted to move further to the north end. He recommended First Ward. Me and my family removed there. I grew up there. If it wasn't for Mr. Mays directing me and my mother to move in First Ward, I don't think I would have had this opportunity to sit in such an honorable place in front of such honorable people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Leon L. Alameen. I am a lifelong resident of the city of Flint, First Ward. Been there my whole life for 43 years. My family, still have our family house there and reside there for over 50-something years in the First Ward. Why do I feel like I'm the best candidate for the field of this role? It's because I've been out there doing the work for over the last 10 years, had an opportunity to do some work with Mr. Mays prior to his passing, and so forth. My passion for the people speaks for itself. and that's why I feel like I'm the best candidate. Thank you.
Ms. Anthony?
Hello, everybody. This has been, I'm just praying. Okay, I'm here because, and I think that I can serve the people better. I think that we need to get together and figure out how to make this happen. It's just, you know what, it's just not even words to begin to understand what's going on. But I'm here. I'm sitting, I'm gonna tell you the truth, I'm sitting in the audience and I'm thinking, do I want to? I mean, there's no use in lying when the truth is due, you know. So I am a pastor, I assist another pastor at a church and on Addison, Holy Ghost Church. Pastor is Senior Pastor Willie Kidd, I'll assist him. I also am a delegate.
All right, so now we will start the series of questions. And I will start meeting the second ward. So this is for Mr. McCoy. So Mr. McCoy, what are your top 3 priorities in your first 90 days for the first ward if you were to be appointed?
First thing I address is the blight situation in the first ward. I mean, it's horrendous. I've never seen it that worse. I've been calling down to City Hall, and the City Hall, they give me the runaround, Genesee County Management, they give me the runaround. My first 90 days is address the root of the problem and solve it in those 90 days.
Oh, and that's it. Oh, okay, so the question, so you be clear, what are your 3 priorities in your first 90 days?
It's the blight, it's the blight, it's the transparency in the neighborhood with the police department. The 911 calls is not being handled right. And number 3 is well, they done all the pipes with the water. So there's really no priority. It's just those 2 right there.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we're going to move on to Mr. King.
That's the same question.
Proceed. Yeah, so what are your top 3 priorities in your first 90 days for the first ward if you were to be appointed?
My top 3 priorities: being a father of 10 and a grandfather of 19, keeping my streets safer for my grandchildren to play at, which they cannot do now because most of our streets are being used as expressways. We have a side street like Aubrey, people come down 55 to 70 miles per hour, avoiding stop signs. Then the blight, the children can't play, the parks are horrible, and more police presence as we had as a child. Those would be my top 3 priorities.
Okay, thank you. So the next question is for you, Ms. Haynes. The same. What are your top 3 priorities in your first 90 days?
Well, right about now, I can't really say what would be my first top 3 priorities until I meet with the residents. For the first 3 months, I would like to meet with residents because First Ward is a very big corridor. So I cannot just actually say what would be my first top priority, 3 priorities. It would be what the residents of First Ward, what we want. And that's how I want to do that. As a grassroots in the community, you start in the community and then you build outward.
Thank you. So next we're going to go on to Mr. Alvin. Same question.
In the first 90 days, I would like to fill the vacant committee seats that has been vacant for quite some time, such as zoning board of appeals and things like that. I will work with Mr. Brown, the blight director, to address the serious blight issues across the board that we've been having for quite some time. And then I will work building with the residents. I will put out a survey, talk to the residents, and feel and see their concerns and needs, and work with them to address those needs.
So lastly, Ms. Anthony, the same question. What are your top 3 priorities in your first 90 days for the first ward if you were to be appointed?
It would be to make sure, get everybody, like we were just saying, getting everybody together and get an understanding on which way we're going with this thing. You know, it's a lot. It's not just, it's I could say 3, but it's more than 3. That stand equal with everything else. It's just more than just that. But the first things we would have to look at would be, yes, I live on Pearson Road. So yes, all the street lights and everything is ran. Nobody's stopping at lights anymore. It's just like an expressway where we are. Somebody, and we're having accidents. People are getting killed on my street. And these things, that's part of something that we need to really look into. The blight, of course, because that's been there. I live across the street from the school, Bryan Elementary. It needs to be, something needs to be done about that. I look at that every day. Come on, this is, thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Murphy.
Thank you. And first, congratulations to all of you guys for making it to this point and being selected as one of the qualified candidates. It's a very unfortunate situation with the passing of Councilman Davis that we are here at this point, you know, but we got to do what we got to do to fill that position. Those who know Eric Mays know that he answered calls. So just to take on some teachable moments for whoever get this position, that was one thing he was known for, answering calls and doing what he could to help, even if he couldn't, at least he tried. So let me get into my first question. What do you know, have you read, are you familiar with the city charter? And I would like to, if it's okay with my colleagues, since you started first, I would like to move to you first and rotate my questions where he won't be the first one answering the questions all the time. So I will go with you, Mr. King. My question to you is, have you read, are you familiar, and what do you know about the charter?
I have not read the charter.
You say you haven't?
I have not read the city charter.
Are you familiar?
Yes.
Are you familiar?
Yes, sir.
You are familiar, but you didn't read it. So how did
Yes,
you
talking to Mr. Maggins.
You talked to Mr. Maggins, that's how you know about the charter?
Yes.
Okay. Is you done?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I have been studying the charter, but
Could you speak up?
Yes, I have been studying the charter, but I haven't got deep down into it. But I understand there are bylaws and rules and regulations. And if anybody know Mr. Mays, when Mr. Mays first got into the seat, Mr. Mays wasn't, quote, he wasn't aware of the charter, but he had a law behind him. So that made a big difference with him. If you got common sense, anything is possible and you can learn. That's just it.
Yes, I have read the charter. I'm not that strong in it, and I'm continuing to read it to get better at it. And the charter is what we use to govern the city, govern the city council as well as the mayor, and make sure everything has the checks and balances.
Yeah, I went through it, bylaws and things like that. I saw it too. still need to do some more reading into it. I haven't just sit down with it, but city ordinance and I got something wrote down. So I just don't want to read it like I but yeah, I went through it.
Yes, I read the charter. Problem with the charter is, read the first heading of it. The charter is for clean, safe neighborhood, clean water, walkways, sidewalks, and etc. But the problem is, since it's been revised in 2018, nobody really has been following the charter at all, period. Just to be honest with you, when you can sit here and tell me, have I read the charter? Oh yeah, I read the charter, but I'm trying to figure, did the council, did they read the charter?
Thank you. My question was, have you read or reviewed or how familiar?
I'm very familiar with it.
So I was not trying to be combative with you. I
know you're not being combative with me, but
all right, thank you.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
Give me something out of the chart.
Give me something out of the chart.
Sir, we can't hold.
That's all I'm saying. Give me something out of the chart.
So we're going to move on with our next one.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're doing one question. So, Ms. Priestley?
I'm taking notes and I'm just making sure that I have the same question written down on everyone so that I can remind myself as I try to make my decision down the line. So my question is what are the greatest challenges that you see facing the city council? And I believe Ms. Haynes, it's your question first.
I don't see no great challenges because I know Ms. Burns. I've worked in her ward. I know Ms. Winfrey. I did some work in her ward. Mrs. Presley, I haven't worked in your ward. Mr. Pfeiffer, I haven't. Several ward, I haven't. Mr. Quincy, I worked in your ward when Carrie Nelson was council. As individuals and people that love the city, regardless of your disagreements, everybody should want to come together. Because if your ward is straight and fine, then you can branch out and everybody can help each other grow, help each other build, restructure their ward, and we can feed off each other. No, it's not a challenge if it's something that you want wholehearted and that you believe in. You take the challenge out of it and just do it and make it work and make it happen.
Thank you. Mr. Allen?
I think the greatest challenge right now is the lack of unity. Disunity on the council, I think, is probably the greatest challenge at this time.
Thank you. Ms. Anthony?
I would have to agree. We gotta work this unity, can't do nothing unless we all are on the same accord. Just seems like everybody's kind of angry. So maybe we can work on that. Thank you.
Mr. McCoy? What's that? Scroll up to your top of my page. Go ahead.
Repeat the question again.
What are the greatest challenges facing the city council?
I need to get along and be in agreements with one another. By being ex-law enforcement and ex-military, it don't run like that. We all work together as a team. There's gonna be some disagreements, but you don't supposed to take it at heart. You're supposed to listen to reason and analyze, can you resolve it in a peaceful manner and stop doing the name calling.
Thank you.
Yes, and I must agree with the learned how to work out differences, especially working with General Motors and trying to get them to agree and have grievances with other people. You must do something. Nobody's going to be happy with the decision, but the decision must be made for the better of the people of Flint, not for us.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. My question, and I'm going to start with Mr. Alvin. My question would be, what do you believe is the role of the city council member in our community?
I think the role of the city council member, first and foremost, is to conduct the city business in accordance to the charter, to work with the mayor and administration, as well as the fellow city council members to best serve the residents, and to pass laws and budgets that help move the city forward. But most importantly, I think is to be an advocate for the residents in which the individuals serve in the ward that they represent, attending to their concerns and their needs, and advocating to make changes to best suit them.
Ms. Anthony?
Oh,
you need me to read the question?
No, because I'm reading on, I kind of wrote down some things, guys.
Go ahead.
You know, basically, is what he says, what I wrote down is we are supposed to, you know, advocate for the people, you know, and get some changes made, even in laws and things. You know, my biggest concern is our judicial system. You know, I was told once that, and not to be talking crazy or nothing, but they said every time you're a black man walking that judicial system, they're automatically guilty because of the laws that are made. So I was hoping to also work with that in some things, you know, because we do, I mean, we're not, we know that a lot of brown men are in prison, are in jail downtown, we know that. So it just needs we need to get together and make some changes in some situations that's going on even around us that's involved in probably all of us.
Thank you. Mr. McCoy.
I agree with my fellow speaker. I mean, you're supposed to work within the council, the parameters to the rules and regulation. But council, I mean, your first ward, the people is the main priority. You have to listen what is going on in your ward and address those problems. Those problems not addressed because with the blight situation, people don't understand. If you solve the blight problem, it deters and helps the rest of the problem goes away. But nobody's not really addressing that problem. That's the main problem that needs to be addressed right now. I mean, it would help with the crime situation. You would have more police present, and then you have people take more pride in their neighborhood. And I don't see that. And we need to get that back. And I hate to quote a man, you know, people don't like, Donald Trump, but we need to make Flint great again. That's what we need to do.
Mr. King?
Yes.
Do you need me to read the question again?
Yes, sir.
What do you believe is the role of the city council member in our community?
The role is to work, find solutions to make the community better with other councilmen. But the main role is to listen to the people in the communities and fight for what they really want and their needs.
Thank you. And Ms. Payne?
Yes.
Same question.
Yes, I agree with everybody up here. The role of councilperson First Ward is due accordingly by the governing and the bylaws and the rules and regulations of the charter. but it's also mandatory that we listen to our community. I live in a community, but I'm also within the community. First Ward is based up of a lot of single mothers, black mothers. Now our community is being diverse. We're having white families moving in. So now we have to cater, we have to listen to them and find out what's going on in the home structure, because a lot of people in First Ward are hurting. Seriously, it's mentally and in the core of the home. If you can't find out what's going on in that and structure that, then the war is just gonna go down along with everything else. So you gotta build within, and you gotta have that relationship and that bond. And it's not always about grant money and funding and offering and this, that, because if the money is not there, you still gotta have connections and networks to go outside of the community. So that's what I'm saying, you have to take care of your community and build within your community, and then you can go directly outside the community and work with other people as well. Thank you.
Thank you. My question is a little bit long, so I'm going to read it. I may have to repeat it for you again. And it's regarding public safety. And it's going to be, you're going to be the first person to respond, Ms. Linda Anthony. Public safety is an issue. Safe neighborhoods are essential to Flint being a desired city to live. Flint has had a problem with illegal guns that have gotten to the hands of young people and people who shouldn't be in possession of any weapon. This problem has placed Flint in prior years on the most dangerous places to live. My question is, how do you feel about public safety? Would you work on a public safety plan? Have any of you ever been in possession of an illegal firearm? If so, what was the outcome? And what does a safe community look like to you? Ms. Anthony.
Wow, that's we could sum that up. You just, whoa, our community, wow, there's a lot of work to be done in that area. I live in that area and I hear guns. The warmer it gets outside, the more gunshots I hear. And at one point, listen,
Please hold one second. And please hold with her time. Thank you. So I just want to make sure that Ms. Burns' question is in line legally. Yeah, with the firearm.
Madam Chair, I did discuss my question with the two attorneys beforehand, and they said yes. So my question is perfectly fine.
So I'm just getting clarity from the city attorney here. Is that question regarding the firearm, is that legal and permissible?
I don't see a basis to say that it is not a valid question.
Can you speak up a little bit?
Sorry. I don't see that is an invalid question.
Thank you. All right, go ahead and proceed.
Madam Chair, I'm going to read, I think in fairness, because you interrupted, I need to read that question so that they understand. Thank you. So, because it is the summer months coming up, public safety is an issue. Safe neighborhoods are essential to Flint being a desired city to live. Flint has had a problem with illegal guns that have gotten into the hands of young people and people who shouldn't be in possession of any weapon. This problem has placed Flint in prior years as one of the most dangerous places to live. How do you feel about public safety? Will you support a public safety plan? Have any of you ever been in possession of an illegal firearm? And if so, what was the outcome? And what does a safe community look like to you? Ms. Anthony, you were interrupted, I believe, during your time, ma'am.
Can we reset her time? So that she has full time. So she has full time.
Right, you know. Go ahead, proceed.
Okay. You know, at one point in our neighborhood, they were saying, if you hear gunshots, call 911. And my husband was, he would, God bless his soul, he would call all the time and tell where he heard the gunshots coming from. Until one day I was walking down to a friend's house, police shows up and says his name. Listen, I had to tell my husband to quit calling the police and stop telling them what was going on, where this gunshot was coming from, because the police was saying, well, do you know this person? He called, and I'm standing there listening, and I could not believe what I was hearing. This got to be, a lot of things got to come out, and we got to work with it. We need to sit down and really move everything out the way. This is serious business. Kids are getting killed. And move everything out the way and sit down and really get our heads to the business and get with our residents and actually sit down and say, look, maybe just work on one thing at a time. Thank you.
Mr. McCoy, would you like for me to read it or?
Well, I got your question. Like I said, I was a correction officer for 20 years. Public safety is a very important matter to me. First thing, you have to have a well-lit area at night. You got to have that. 911 calls have been a problem in our community. I know I had a situation, I had to call 911, and the 911 operator said, this is a priority issue. So it wasn't really important to them. They said, you might send somebody out the next day. Now, that's a problem, you know. So how can we address the safety issue when the 911 officer not putting it through, and he said it's coming from the city of Flint. You know, so if you prioritize a situation, it leads to a bigger problem. So we have to address what the police policy that is going on in the city of Flint before we push forward that public safety issue, because there is too many guns out on the street. I agree with you on that. And me personally, I ain't never owned a firearm. I never wanted to. I've been in the Army. I shot a weapon. I shot a machine gun. I shot an AR-15. Correction officer, they train us every 6 months on AR-15, shotgun. I don't even know. I know I take care of my business without violence.
Thank you, Mr. McCoy. Mr. King, do you need me to read it or are you good?
Yes, read it again, please.
Okay. Public safety is an issue. Safe neighborhoods are essential to Flint being a desired city to live. Flint has had a problem with illegal guns that have gotten into the hands of young people and people who shouldn't be in possession of any weapon. This problem has placed Flint in prior years this problem has placed Flint in prior years as one of the most dangerous places to live. Have any of you been in possession of an illegal gun, firearm, and if so, what was the outcome? And what does a safe neighborhood and community look like to you?
Answer your second question, no, I've never been caught in a weapon or had a weapon. What a perfect neighborhood looks like to me, like it did growing up.
I can't hear. I think you're chatting and it's in my ear. Because he doesn't speak there, Mr. King is not allowed to speak. I can hear you speaking.
Mr. King, speak up.
Yes, I can.
Thank you.
Or Madam Chair, if you could be quiet, please, so I can hear you.
We must have decorum. Thank you. Proceed, Mr. King.
Okay, as I said, your second question, no, never owned a legal firearm or anything like that. I'm sort of like Mr. McCoy here. I've been in the military and don't see the reason at all when I can still take care of my family without a weapon. What a perfect neighborhood looks like to me, like Philadelphia Street did in the 70s when you have homeowners we find a way to get homes built like I see in the other wards and get homeowners, taxpayers, we'll have both police officers to patrol the neighborhoods, since that's the neighborhoods they patrol in anyways, are the ones that actually have more homeowners. That'll be it.
Is that? I want to thank you, Mr. King, and also Mr. McCoy for your service to our country. Ms. Haynes, would you like me to repeat the question?
No.
Okay.
Thank you for this question too, because if you recall, maybe about a year or two, I was having it was a beef in First Ward, remember they had Biz McCoys. And I called you, Ms. Burns, and I said, what should I do? Remember? The police in our community, I bag the blue. As far as I'm concerned, the police in Trollman and First Ward is doing the best that they can do. It's up to the community and the residents to get involved. Because who's to say what ward is safe and what community is safe? It's what you make of it. And I understand economy is a very big part. Because if you don't have the means to survive, you will go to different lengths of measures. But that's where knowing your community and your constituents and everybody have to come together and help each other. We have to fight this disease that's within our community. Because again, you have to start at home. You have to know your residents. You also, we have some very fine police officers that have patrolled First Ward, because I know quite a few of them. I'm not going to call their names, but last year one of them was out playing basketball in First Ward, and we went live. When we do cleanups, especially when I do cleanups, anytime I see them, we know they're robbed. Look, come get you something to eat. We also have to show our police officers that we care, because everybody is not a bad officer. So if you give them that enlightenment, that brace, it goes a long way. The police officers need to know that the community care is concerned too. You understand what I'm saying? So as First Ward resident, that's what I would want to do. I want to get my police officers involved. And the safety is, no, First Ward is not safe, but what ward is. But you know what? I love my ward and I'm there.
Thank you, Ms. Haynes. Mr. El Alamein, would you like me to repeat it, or? Because it's a very lengthy question.
No, thank you. Public safety is the top priority. And I think we have made some strides in the right direction when we initiated through the council and the mayor and this administration, the witness putting investment into the witness protection program, the buying back the guns, things like that need to continue to be supported. Also, on the other part of the question, we asked, have anyone ever been in trouble with a gun? Well, I'm a formerly incarcerated man. In 2003, I was shot in my head and in my back and left to die because of the lifestyle I once lived. So I know the importance and how dangerous guns can be when I lived that former lifestyle in my prior years. But since then, since I came home in 2010, I have transformed my life. And I'm a big advocate to getting guns off the street, talking to youth, making sure that there's youth programs and things out in the community so that the kids don't go down the same path that I once went down in my former life. A safe neighborhood to me looks like clean, affordable water that we can drink from our faucets, because the plumbing from the streets up to the house and all the plumbing in the inside has been replaced. Property values going up, more home ownership, and community policing.
So you have not had possession of illegal firearms that you've been on?
No, ma'am, I'm a licensed, registered gun carrying.
Thank you.
So just for the record, we want to make sure that we maintain the same questions for every single candidate. So proceed, Ms. Machette.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for your willingness to serve the community. Thank you for your willingness to step up for the First Ward. Thank you for your patience in this process. I believe I will start with you, Mr. McCoy. We're back to you. A lot of us up here, because Flint City Council is part-time. So a couple of us up here already have other full-time jobs and commitments. My question to you is, how will you balance, because we have several meetings throughout the month. So how will you balance the meetings, making sure that you're reading the agendas and you know exactly what's going on and you are fully prepared to vote on what you need to vote on, and then also resident advocacy with any other commitments that you have in your life. How will you balance that properly to make sure you're serving?
That's the easy question. First, I'm retired, so I'm not working. I get Social Security disability. I get veteran disability. I take care of my stepson, so I check for him. So I got plenty of time. I do take care of my elderly parents, but they still functional, but they can't drive, so I handle a lot of their business. I comprehend real quick. I can read real good. I can multitask with the best of them. So I have no problem with that.
Could you repeat that question, please?
Absolutely. Because Flint City Council is part-time, a few of my colleagues up here, in addition to myself, we have full-time jobs as well. How do you balance your life commitments with both advocating for the residents and making sure you're taking residents' phone calls, and also making sure you're prepared for the meetings that we have monthly where you've read up on the agenda items and are properly ready to vote? So how would you balance your life commitments with your city council commitment as well?
Listen, my job allows me leeway if I need to come in later. I work a second shift job, but if it's a day of a meeting, I can easily tell my boss I'll be in at 3 that morning to finish up what I gotta do.
This is a perfect, can you hear me? This is perfect, thank you. Because I was just thinking about this, and I was talking with my Black Club president. I'm pretty sure everybody that's running up here, running in this for Mr. May's seat. If you notice at First Ward, we have a lot of events going on, a lot of events. So while I'm attending events and volunteering, I'll be working and multitasking and talking, advocating with my residents on what needs to be done, what they think needs to be done, what they do not think needs to be done. And I can incorporate any type of laws or what's on the charter there. That's how I would do that. I would work with the community, again, within the community, because I'm always at anything that First Ward is throwing. First Ward, we have so much going on. We have really a lot of positive events. And so that right there was one way that I can connect with the residents and let the residents know what I think, but also I would want to hear their feedback on what they think and on how they feel that I should vote. That would benefit the residents of First Ward and the rest of the city.
In 2015, I created my own business in which I currently run. And so I'm able to set my own hours. So having time to address the needs of the residents won't be too much harder of a task. Delegating to my staff who've been with me for quite some time will make sure that my company is running smooth. I'm dealing with issues out in the ward. And also on that unity piece that I mentioned earlier with the residents. As I build relationships with the residents, I'll be working with those who want to work in unity to delegate and assign certain things that help me navigate through the ward.
Thank you. What I would be doing is, what I do is I get what is paid. My husband just passed. I work part-time on another job. I do community service with the elderly. I'm able to take phone calls at any time. What I do when I'm pastoring, with people, I'm usually getting calls. I get a lot of calls with concerns and things like that. And to be able to say, let me find out who I can take this to firsthand would be a wonderful thing to do. And I'm able, and I feel like I have enough time and ability to be able to do that. Thank you.
Mr. King. Mr. King, we talked a lot about moving the city forward. I think everyone in this auditorium can agree that the city's been in decline for quite some time. One, do you agree that the city's been in decline for quite some time? And what do you think moving the city forward looks like?
Kind of have to disagree with you a little bit, Mr. Piper. The city was on a decline, but as of late, what I've been seeing is a lot of growth, a lot of new buildings, just not in my area. And that's one thing I would love to see change for the first ward.
That's your vision of moving the city forward?
Moving the city forward is going to take the city council, and not just me, to work as a team and not as enemies or separate groups or entities. Everyone must remember what they were elected for, and not to serve the people that put them in the chair.
Wow! That's it.
Yes,
do you believe the city is in decline, and what does moving the city forward look like?
I don't believe that the city is in a decline, but I do believe that the north end and the east side is not really getting what it needs to deserve for them to grow and rebuild. Downtown is beautiful. I commend everybody for downtown is beautiful, and we need that because we need to show people that we're not depressed. You understand what I'm saying? But we also need to involve our youth because Flint is going in a different direction. We're not General Motors no more. We have bright young people here with bright ideals that's willing to get involved. But the thing is that we have to start grooming them. Because in my ward, we have a lot of older people. Brownell Block Club, we have a lot of older people. But on the other side, we have a lot of younger people. And so we have to look for the next generation. We have to get them involved as a team. And that's what I would do. I would build me up a team of different cultures, different ages that can help move First Ward together. And then we can branch out and work with all the rest. I would never disrespect any other council woman or man. If somebody was to call me from their ward and say, my council person is not doing this, and this is what I would say. Go talk to your council person. Is there anything that I can assist you and your council person? I would be willing, and if I'm able, I would do that. But you have to start home first. And that's my important thing, is just getting First Ward right. And again, we have to branch out and we have to grab our young generation because they're lost. And we're not listening to them, and we're not grooming them for their future.
I believe Flint neighborhoods is in decline. I believe Flint neighborhoods is in decline. And for us to move forward as a city, it's going to take the mayor, his administration, city council, and the residents working together to move the city and move the city forward.
Okay. Yes, our city is in deep decline. It's depressed. We need to put some things together to involve everybody. People are losing their homes, drinking water out of water bottles every day. It really is. I do it. I drink water out of water bottle. I do. And we need to find a way to get these things back together. Just getting water back into our houses again. Where do we have left that? We need to first start with the inside. How do we get water coming back through our faucets that we can be safe and feel like I can give my kid another drink of water. My granddaughter some water out the water faucet even. That's the first beginning of getting us back going in the direction and in that direction. I know nothing is impossible. This can happen for us. This can happen. Thank you.
Mr. McCoy.
Cities in decline, especially in the first ward. Growing up in the first ward, I remember we used to have bowling alleys, movie theaters, and grocery stores. They all gone. You need to rebuild the first ward. And also what I see in the first ward, there's not enough houses being torn down in our ward. It's like our ward is the worst ward. Because we got so many abandoned houses, so much trash everywhere. Then I drive through the area and I'm like looking at the 6th ward, 7th ward, 8th ward, 9th ward. I'm like, man, they clean over here. I said, what happened to the first ward? You know, we need to get back caring for our city. You know, we building up everything downtown, but we neglecting everything around. It seems like they pushing people more out of the city. If you want to bring people back, because we in a decline because our population went down. The people moving out of Flint, they're not coming back to Flint because it's so depression. So you need to put more jobs in the area, and I'm trying to figure out with the APR money that we can use that money like how my foundation used to do, used to pay the young kids to go clean up the neighborhood. We don't do that no more. We don't do that no more at all. So that's what we need to find out. We can put more use to that money, and another thing they need to bring back. And the emergency manager got rid of. You need to bring back code enforcement. You need to bring code enforcement back. Because blight, and the blight, they're not doing it. They're not doing it at all.
All right, so now we're going to give each candidate the opportunity to have 3 minutes max to give us any closing or final statements. Okay, and we are going to start with, Mr. King. Let's get started with Mr. King. Okay, you're ready.
I believe and I know that I'm the right person for this position, just because in my heart I truly care about Flint. I've always loved Flint. I've always known Flint can be better. And I gotta do it before, not for me or anyone else. I must do it for my children and my grandchildren. For somebody who's gonna fight for other children. We have a house on Edward Street that have multiple child pedophiles living in them. 2 and 3 men living in the same house that shouldn't be living in them. That's owned by a major corporation. There's so many things that I would want to fight for. Bring back things like police athletic leagues when we had when we were little, just so that kids could see that police are not their enemies, most of them. And with what we had foot patrol, we just had other things, but understand why we had them at the time. But we got to figure out how to get tax dollars back up in our neighborhood so we can have these type of things in our neighborhood.
Oh, next.
I want to piggyback off of what Mr. Quincy Murphy said earlier. Mr. Mays did pull 18 houses because he gave me the list. Because I was so adamant about leaving. I wanted to move, and I was like, Mr. Mays, I don't know, it was just so much going on in my life. I'm an advocate for prison reform, and my son is incarcerated. And I said, Mr. Mays, I'm just going through a lot. I don't know if I can be here. He said, you know what? I'm gonna pull a house. I got a list, and I want you to look. He gave me the list, and I looked at some houses, and he offered to sell me a couple of them, but I didn't like them. So therefore, I decided to stay.
with my landlord house. I decided to stay there. And if it wasn't for Mr. Mays adamantly keeping me here and giving me that list, I would have been gone. I would have been gone. Because he literally advocated, he literally wanted me to stay in the first floor. I did not know that this would be the ending, the ending of him, and maybe the beginning of what I wanted to do. But again, if it wasn't for him giving me that list and looking at several houses, I would have never made my decision to stay here in first floor.
I think I'm the best candidate for this position because on day one I will continue to do the work that I've been doing in the first ward, such as blight elimination, community cleanups, renovating blighted homes, transforming them, and allowing individuals who are coming out of prison and jail that reside over in the ward to reside in these homes. I will continue to work with the residents and catering to their needs, especially our elders. When we have some of our returning citizens cutting their lawns, maintaining their lots and things like that. So I think I'm the best candidate because on day one I'll be ready to continue to improve on the work that I'm already doing and work with council to do some other things that will move us forward.
Okay. Next.
Yes, I feel that I would be the best person to serve at this seat because I already help the homeless. The homeless come to my house and knock at my door. I would like to put in something and make sure that they're getting help. The homeless is not getting the help they're supposed to get, and nobody's saying anything, and it's getting worse. And I want to help the elderly also. I got complaints from people living in different apartments saying that they are not breathing well, they feel like it's too much mold and things like that. I would like to be able to address that. Many other concerns that come my way. I feel like, if instead of trying to figure it out around my table like I have did so many years, it comes a time that we have to try to step out of our comfort zone and say, look, I'm gonna try to get out there and make an improvement in the situation that I look at. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And I believe Mr. McCoy.
Yes, I feel that I'll be the best candidate. I have did the boots on the ground. I rehab, saved 4 houses on the street. Got city sidewalks done. I got city trees trimmed. Neighbors always come to me to get things done. If I'm not picked, I'm willing to work with whoever the council feel that be the best candidate for the job. I'm a team player, And Eric Mays wants somebody to fill this seat. He don't want this first ward being elected. I met a young Eric Mays as a teenager when he was coming out of Michigan State, and he was an advocate then, and I know, and he's a political science major, so he wants this seat filled. And I understand people want to protest and say, well, it should be vacant, for what? I mean, that's dishonoring the man. Fill the seat. And whoever wins in the special election, fine with me.
All right. So we have heard from all of the candidates. Thank you so much for your time. And now we will go ahead and proceed with the second round of candidates.
Madam Chair,
Ms.
if
Reese.
we make a 5-minute break so we can go to the restroom and stretch our legs so we can give our undivided attention.
Absolutely. So the chair orders a 5-minute recess without objection.
All right, we're asking for all council members to return to their elected seats. All council members to return to their seats. Thank you. The time is now 8:37, and the special city council meeting is now being brought to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk. Present.
Mr. Murphy.
Present.
Ms. Winston Carter. Present. Ms. Burns.
Present.
Ms. Michelle.
Present.
Mr. Baker.
Present.
Seven present.
Okay, we have a total of 7 members present. So now we are going to continue with the interviewing process. We're going to do it as we did the first round. So first, we're going to give each candidate the opportunity to introduce themselves and give an opening statement for 1 minute. And then from there, each individual council person, they're going to ask you one question. You will have 2 minutes to answer the question. And then we will do it in a round robin type of formation with the council as well as with the candidates. And at the end, you will have up to 3 minutes to summarize whatever message you would like to convey to this body. Do you have any questions? No. All right, very well. So we will go ahead and start with Mr. D. Eric Walker with his 1 minute statement.
Good evening. My name is D. Eric Walker, and I am a lifelong resident of the city of Flint. I'm a product of Flint Community Schools. I graduated from the University of Michigan with a bachelor's degree in business administration with a concentration in marketing. I also graduated from UofL Flint with a master's degree in public administration. I look forward to this event tonight. I am so excited right now. I can hardly contain myself.
Hi.
All right, go ahead and Roberts.
Good evening. My name is Nadine Roberts. I'm a retired educator out of Flint Community Schools. And also, I'm a resident of the city of Flint, born and raised here. Also, a member of Shiloh Church as well. And I am thankful to be here, and I look forward to working with all of you all in the near future. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next, Ms. Morrow.
Hello everyone, I'm Rose Morrow, born and raised in Flint, Michigan. You guys know I live in the first ward, graduated from Flint Northern High School. I'm a proud Viking. But anyway, I've been in law enforcement for 29.5 years. I'm finished. I was a sheriff deputy. I've also worked for the state of Michigan as a park ranger for the DNR. And I came back to the state of Michigan in July of 2021. I have 7 grandkids and four older kids that are here, and that's about it.
All right, last, Mr. Miller Jr.
My name is, I'm also a resident of Flint, long time. Probably one of the longest first ward presidents you have up here. I'm a private Flint Northwestern graduate. I'm also a Hillsdale alumni. Also attended my college. And, but yeah, listen.
All right, so thank you all, and now we will begin the interviewing process, and we will start with the second ward. Yes. All right, so in 2 minutes, please describe how you have been helping to move the first ward forward. Please describe how you have been helping to move the first ward forward. So, past tense, how you have been.
First of all, let me just restart. Monday night, I came in and I was disrupted in the council because I was so thoroughly upset by what was occurring. And I do apologize to the council and the residents of the city of Flint for that type of behavior. I've been moving Flint forward for the longest now. With my involvement with local students while I was an admissions counselor at the University of Michigan Flint, I helped hundreds of students access secondary training and education. I'm also involved with the Bursar Men's Softball League, and we don't just play softball. We raise money for breast cancer awareness, we raise money for back to school supplies for needy kids, and we push a message of self-empowerment. I have been, like I said, a lifelong resident of Flint, and I have always been busy at the grassroots level in some type of activity that improves my neighborhood. That comes from my father. When I was growing up, not only did I have to cut our lawn, but we had 2 elderly neighbors, and I also had to cut their grass free of charge. So, although my experiences have not been directly associated with the first ward, but it has been the entire city of Flint that I've been serving. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, same question, Ms. Roberts. Please describe how you have been helping to move the first ward forward.
Being a retired educator out of Flint Community Schools, Flint Northwestern, where I worked with family members, grandparents that was raising their children, grandchildren, familiar with the foster care system, probate court, the things that basically go on in any community where you have families that have to take care of each other and you have a neighborhood that needs to take care of each other as well. And so education is very key for me. And so what I have done in the first ward, and I've always done as an advocate, is to explain to residents basically how government actually operates and how it runs. The importance of income tax, paying income tax people that work to be able to pay for money for revenues in order for us to do a lot of the things that we need to do. I was on the committee for the 25-year plan. I was also on the committee for the ARPA committee as well. And so I know the charter, I've read the charter, I've worked with community and economic development on different projects. I also helped assisted with the CDC and also the grant for Shiloh Commons, which is not in my ward. However, I did work alongside with that. So I'm very familiar, but I do believe in educating people, and I believe in economic development. We have to increase economic development so we can increase jobs. So we have to have viable people to work in those jobs.
Thank you. Ms. Morrow, the same question. Please describe how you have been helping to move the first ward forward.
Yes, ma'am. I have assisted residents with completing home repair and improvement applications. I try and seek out programs that are offering funds so they can get their roofs, furnaces, air conditioners, whatever it may be. I've started writing grants for our neighborhood to do different programs in the neighborhood. We've also, we're in the process of purchasing a vacant lot in the first ward that we've been taking care of for the last 2.5 years. We cut the grass every week and we schedule weekly cleanups up through winter. November's normally our last one. I started a neighborhood block club. We meet up at Hasselbrain Senior Center once a month. I also volunteer in the other wards, assisting them in volunteering when they need help with cleanup projects or whatever they may need help with. I attend the city council meetings as much as possible, and also the ethics and accountability meetings, and I just started attending the school board meetings. Like I said, we conduct the weekly cleanups, and then we also schedule different activities in the community for our residents. I've also adopted some of the seniors in the area that their kids have moved away and they're not able to get their grass cut, or they need groceries, water, whatever it may be.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Billings?
Yes, how I have moved the first ward forward was, as you know, I've been probably an activist down here probably over 20 years or so. But my main, Hasselbrain is the hub of the first ward.
Yes.
And I was the only one, me and my co-founder, we put the computers for seniors after they said the seniors could learn. We instituted the computer program for seniors. And our first class, we had a 70-year-old come down to the city of Flint and get a job. And that was back in the early 2000s. And now that computer program is implemented in every city center in Flint. And that's due to my computer experience. During the COVID, I helped with water, get people water, delivering water to seniors. I even, our fraternity bought pallets of water to give away to the community. And I educate people on the law of the city. I know the city charter, I know the city code law. And I use Westlaw as my services for the law. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So now we turn over to Mr. Murphy.
Thank you. I got a whole bunch of questions, but since I only get to ask one, I'm going to ask this question in specific of a big major project that we've been working on with the third ward and the first ward. And I just want to kind of educate you guys a little bit and also see if you guys are familiar with this project that we is working on in the first and third ward. The Choice neighborhood, which is, this will be the second one, the first one was with Clark County. The Choice neighborhood, the city of Flint was awarded $500,000 in collaboration with the Flint Housing Commission to do a planning grant. And we, in the last phase, later on this year, we will be applying for $50 million to do, build at least 400 houses in the first and third ward. And we got 4 different areas that we're looking at building these houses at. And my question to you is, are y'all familiar with this Choice neighborhood? The meetings that they have and would you guys be interested in joining and contributing to that elected or if not elected for this position. And I guess I'm gonna start with Nadine first.
Okay.
Since we started with him first, I just want to kind of move down, so.
Okay, so yes, I am familiar with that particular piece. And yes, I am willing to work in any capacity, even to help with the designation if necessary in writing part of the grant or pieces of the grant or whatever. Because I do know how to write HUD grant applications for designations. Also, I know that it is very important that as we remove blight out, as we take blight out, because the city is annexed in, as we remove blight, we need to infill. And so that's something that we should have probably been doing, but that's something that hasn't been done, basically, is infill housing. So I am familiar with the choice neighborhoods, and I do know that you all did get the planning grant. I think one of the things that we have to be mindful with that particular piece is education, is in transportation to education, and community education, and children or families being able to get to different facilities, grocery stores or whatever. I think it's very important that we have some stability basically in those neighborhoods that they can actually thrive from. And I think that's very important that we look at those things. And I know that those two wards are working on that together. I am familiar with that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes, I have heard some about it, and then I've been watching the development in other areas, attending some of the other meetings. Yes, whether I get the position or not, I would be willing to work with you because we have all these vacant lots and no homes and vacant land with no homes. I would just hope that, you know, we're building more homes and not apartments. That was the only thing. And if I got the position, I would definitely want to work on it. But if I didn't get the position, I would be willing to help volunteer. But another important process with that, there's monthly, quarterly reports, annual reports, making sure we're evaluating what we're doing to make sure it's working. But that's part of rebuilding our neighborhood because we're demolishing all these homes, but it's like there's no other plan in place but to sell the vacant land to the vacant lot to the adjacent homeowner. So yes, I would be interested.
Yes, I have heard about it, but I have heard about it through Eric Mays and what's his soul. And I am willing to work with you on it. Some of the things like what she just said, I think the vacant lots need to be addressed where we can make them more useful than just a vacant lot, or either just allow people to build on the lot once they get them.
I have heard about the program, and yes, I would be willing to work closely with you guys on implementing the program, getting it going, moving forward, and without, you know, really in-depth information on the program, I really couldn't, you know, give you any specifics as to the funding sources or anything like that, but I'd be interested and willing to learn more about it and get involved with it. I am currently working as a resident assistant or resident board member for Flint Housing, and they're undergoing a tremendous transformation right now, and I'm right in the middle of that. I find it quite interesting. Although the HUD website is a little bit hard to understand, but it is an interesting subject, and I'm willing to jump right into it.
Thank you. I'm going to ask the same question that I asked before because I think it's important that I get consistent answers so that I can evaluate appropriately on what I'm seeing in as I make up my decision. So my question, and I believe I start with Ms. Morrow, is that your next up? Okay, I'm going to scroll down to your name. And what do you think are the greatest challenges facing the city council?
Okay, so the greatest challenges, in my opinion, would be getting to the agenda, being at the meetings on time. I understand we're gonna run late sometimes, but not having the residents wait. Two, putting the residents first. Stop weaponizing the police against the residents. We must work together to help each other. We have the same problems in each ward. We just need to work together. We're not trying to reinvent the wheel. We can work together and help each other. We all have the same problems. So if we're working together, we're gonna take care of the problems and we're gonna be able to find solutions. Seeking out additional funding to help the residents and our citizens. Using our interpersonal communication skills with each other. Some individuals just don't know how to talk and treat each other. So we just need to work on that. If we can work on that, I think we'll get more done. And that's it.
Thank you.
You're welcome, ma'am.
Mr. Billings?
What's the question?
The question is, what do you think is the greatest challenge facing the city council? Or challenges, plural or singular? Take a pick.
To me, the greatest challenge is our youth and our seniors. Getting them to work together. Cause right now, the youth doesn't respect the seniors, and the seniors are scared of the youth. So we can bridge that gap. I think that would help tremendously in your neighborhood and in your community. And we also got to get a better handle on ourselves, that we speak to each other and come to each other for help. Don't just help this ward and neglect this ward. Because as you see from, I'd say, Hamilton Street south, it's all right. But from Hamilton Street north needs a lot of help. So we can all come together and get together. I think that would help this city become one and bridge the gap between the youth and the seniors. That's a must in every city, to get your whatever you want without tearing up a city.
Thank you. Mr. Walker, let me scroll up to the top of the page. Same question.
Yes, ma'am. One of the biggest challenges that I see is just a lack of respect for one another. That was one of the reasons that I got mad and walked out and blurted out Monday night. The level of vitriol in the statements that we make to one another is alarming. The inability to set aside very petty differences to accommodate the work at hand is ridiculous. I think Flint City Council is in need of a Walt Disney experience. And that's saying that you all need to just take a real big chill before you come here. Relax yourselves. Sort out any differences that you might have amongst you prior to the meeting. And then handle the business. Take care of the business at hand. Again, I apologize for my outburst on Monday. But it was disheartening to see the city that I love. The city. My brother lived in San Antonio, Texas before his passing. He said, "Why don't you leave Flint? There's nothing in Flint." And I did leave for a moment, and I came back. Because Flint has always held a special place in my heart. I guess I'm getting older now. And we take on things of different importance in our lives. So I would say my biggest suggestion to the Flint City Council right now would be set aside the differences for whatever reason. Get down to the business at hand.
Thank you. Ms. Roberts?
Yes, the biggest challenges I believe right now, is being able to work together. Teamship is very, very important. You need to be able to actually conduct the business of the city in which that's what it's designed to do. And I think everybody has a great passion, if you will, about their neighborhoods and their community. I'm passionate about the city of Flint as a whole. I don't pick out different things like a salad bowl. So it all kind of comes together for me, being a lifelong resident, and how I flourished as a person. However, a chief have to have Indians. And without Indians, there's no really chief. So both of them are important. Both of them. So the residents are important. So when they come here, they're passionate. They holler, they scream, they do all of these other kind of things. And I think listening is what you all are supposed to do, is listen. I don't think you should be in any kind of combat with anybody that's addressing the council. However, it needs to be in order, and we do need to follow the democratic process. We have a democratic process here that we need to follow. We need to follow Robert's Rules of Order. We need to follow the charter the way it's written, and we need to respect each other. And we need to work together in order to move the city forward collectively. That's what the council is here for.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms.
Thank you. And to your point, Ms. Roberts, and that was really good. One thing I can say is that Councilman Mays was a passionate and compassionate leader. What does it mean to be a compassionate leader? And I think I'm supposed to start with
Mr. Billings.
I stopped.
Mr. Billings.
So
I think you start with Mr. Billings.
Yeah, Mr. Billings. What does it mean to be a compassionate leader?
A compassionate leader to me is one who understands, for one, whatever meeting he's in, understanding the people who he's talking to, or who they talking to. And you got to have sympathy for just about anybody and everybody. You don't know what people mind nowadays. So you got to be compassionate in that respect. Let them speak and say what they got to say, cause if you're not being compassionate or respectful to that person, so let them finish out what they saying and understand them. Another part of being compassionate is working together when you don't want to work together. That's the main thing I think compassionate is. Doing things you don't want to do in a compassionate way to help others. That's what I think.
Thank you, Mr. Billings. Mr. Walker, can you answer the same question?
Yes, ma'am. Having compassion simply means having empathy for another person. Putting yourself in that person's position, in that person's shoes, and seeing the world from that person's viewpoint. You can move accordingly, and what I mean by that is you can move in a way that's going to benefit the person that you're attempting to help with all passion, all empathy, and a deep concern an honest concern for what that person is going through. I was often looked at down at U of M Flint as very compassionate about what I was doing. And that was going into the Flint community schools and greeting kids and recruiting them for admission to the University of Michigan Flint. I can honestly say that was probably one of my favorite jobs, because at the end of the day, I could go home knowing that I conveyed some information to a young person that's going to affect their future, it's going to affect their life. And that's what being compassionate is to me.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. Ms. Roberts.
Being compassionate doesn't mean that you're angry, doesn't mean that you're happy. Being compassionate is having concern. Being compassionate is being able to teach, being able to motivate, being able to create tolerance, being able to be tolerated and to tolerate things. So compassion is something that you care greatly about, and you should. We all should care about our community. However, Mr. Mays did have and was very, very passionate about this community. And he was legally savvy, very much so. I'm legally savvy when it comes to that. And so, before you strike out, you really need to do your homework. You need to do your homework, and you need to know, and then you need to find some kind of common ground. And be compassionate means to build. It means to have capacity. We need to have capacity for each other and build each other. That's what it is for me to be compassionate.
Thank you, Ms. Roberts. Ms. Morrow?
Yes, ma'am. In our case, as a council person, being compassionate is using our listening skills. You must hear what the resident is saying. You have to show the resident you aren't just hearing them, but you understand what they're saying. You gotta respond back. Assisting them when they're having a problem. And if you can't assist them, finding someone that can assist them. That's what compassion means to me in the first ward being a counselor.
Thank you, Ms. Morrow.
Thank you. Where do I start with? Mr. Name? Oh, Mr. Walker. Okay. So my question, and it may be a little lengthy. So it speaks to the Flint City Chart, page 9, has a section on ethics. It's section 1-602. And it states the purpose. The purpose of this section is to provide a method of protecting the public interest in the electoral and governmental affairs of the city. This section recognizes that the proper operation of the Flint City government requires that all public servants, as defined in this charter, be independent, impartial, and responsible to the people. Those decisions are based on policy and made in the proper channels of governmental structures, that public office or employment may not be used for personal gain. We have had some council members who have voted yes on resolutions that they were affiliated with, which is questioned in regards to the ethics section. If you were affiliated with an organization, would you recuse yourself? Would you do it written and verbally? And what are the characteristics of an ethical council member? I know that was low.
Yeah, that's a little bit much to absorb, but I got you. First and foremost, I would recuse myself from any action that would even lend itself to private endowment on my part. I have no affiliations in this city, some business affiliations. An ethical person would be that person who's going to do the right thing when no one's looking. It's going to always put the best interest of the citizens first. Who is going to live his or her life above reproach. I'm not saying that we're all going to be sinners or that we're sinners or that, we're all angels or anything of the sort. But you can live your life in such a way that no allegations can be made against you that will tarnish your position on the council or tarnish your image in the public. I firmly believe that I am an ethical person. I try to do what's right when no one's doing. So that's something. If that's accurate.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. Ms. Roberts, do you need me to read any part of that over, or are you good?
I'm good.
Okay.
I'm good. First of all, yes, I would definitely recuse myself from that. I would definitely do that. But I would also take it a step further, and if there were people that were friends of mine that was even affiliated with that particular group or something, I would definitely stay away from conversations even as it relates to that. I would cut it off, I would lend no conversation to it, and would actually state the reason why. Not befriending you or anything, but it's just off limits because this is not an ethical type of thing to do. Ethics, we're all governed by ethics. Whether or not we follow them, but we should work on following ethics, and we should be ethical. We really should be that way. And there's nothing wrong with following the rules. Rules are set, and the rules are what the rules are. And you have to respect the rules. Even when it comes to the charter. You adopted a charter, you need to abide by it. It's real simple. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Roberts. Ms. Morrow.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you need me to read any charts, or are you good?
I think I'm good. I'm trying to break it up so when you were speaking and the others were speaking. Okay, as far as if I was affiliated with an organization, I would recuse myself. Because one, it's gotta have transparency. I would put it in writing, and I would make my colleagues know verbally, and the residents, so they would know why I'm doing that. Ethics, having morals and integrity, knowing right from wrong. Not just doing right when no one's looking. No, I'm sorry, let me rephrase that last part. Doing right all the time, and not just when someone's looking. Did I miss out anything?
I can't answer for you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think I got everything. I wrote down the parts of it, so I'm good.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Billings.
But I would also remove myself from this situation. But I will explain why I'm removing myself and have a discussion with whoever it is and try and understand their way or get their perspective on why they do what they did or say what they would say. But that's what means to me being honest and being right. Now, being right doesn't always mean being right. You can be wrong and you can be right. Now, y'all don't follow me on that, but in some situations, when you're wrong, you're right. It's just that you got to, some people, okay, for instance, you might say, I ran into this, where majority of an organization will want you to be quiet and silence your voice for something they don't agree with, but you might be saying something that's right, but they want to silence your voice, but you're not wrong for not silencing your voice, and if you silence your voice and go along with them, they consider you right. But you don't went against your own ethic and your own moral.
Thank
So
you.
that's all I'm saying.
Thank you, Mr. Billings.
Good evening. Thank you all for sticking around and staying. Thank you for your desire to be appointed to this position, and hopefully that you all will also run for this position. Just thank you for your willingness to serve the community and for the work that you've already done in the community. A part of being on city council is dealing with a budget, dealing with the city budget, and knowing how to balance the budget and make sure that the correct departments gives the amount of money that they need. So one, and I'm gonna give you a low number because obviously no city can run on $1 million, but one, what is your experience with working with a budget $1 billion or greater? And then two, just from what you know about the city of Flint and your observations, what department do you think more money could be budgeted to? And I believe I'm starting with Ms. Roberts.
I have worked with budgets that were greater than that. In my packet that I submitted my experience with the Enterprise Zone, which I was the president of the financial arm of the Enterprise Zone. And also other projects like Shiloh Commons, several different other pieces, Playa Woods, just to name a few that I can just kind of recall. University Park Housing was one that came out of the Enterprise Zone. That was one as well. And when it comes to allocating, one thing that I think that kind of everybody, even residents, tend to kind of forget is that the city don't print money. It do not have a printing machine to print no money. So it can't print money, and it is very critical to have a tax-paying base. It has a lot to do with education. It has a lot to do with building. It has a lot to do with the streets. It has a lot to do with the lighting. It has a lot to do with all of your city services, that income tax base. It does. And I think a lot of times residents don't really realize, I think they just think that the federal government and the state just give money to cities and just dole it out. Even when it comes to my foundation, they want to see outcomes. They need to see some outcomes. They don't dwell out money like that anymore. So.
Thank you, Ms. Mano. Do you need to repeat the question?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. One, what is your experience with working with a budget over $1 million? And then also, based on what you see just around the city and what you know as far as the administration and work that has been done, is there a department that you think more money should be budgeted to?
Okay, as far as working with budgets, I've worked with the budgets and I've been the grant administrator for the police department. That was part of my title when I was signed there. The process, as far as, and it was over $1 million. And so we just have to make sure we're staying on track and the money's going in the right place. An area where I feel like we need to put more money, we need to build a pot as far as the general fund and the economic development department so we can help rebuild our city, so we can help the residents. And just evaluating that process to make sure we're doing the quarterly, annual, and monthly reports, so we make sure we're doing it correctly.
Same question, Mr. Billings, do you need to repeat it?
I haven't worked with $1 million budget, but I have worked with budgets, and my thing on budget is I feel that any any project that you start, you should have a budget for it and try not to run over it. And I think what we need is more of a budget in our city to fight I wouldn't necessarily say blight, but to get a budget, a service budget, information budget, where we pay, but where you guys come out and teach classes to the, or inform the city what's going on, inform the citizens of the city what's going on, and let them, they might can cut the budget or have some input where they can save money here and transfer it over here. But so that's what I think. I don't think no budget should be overran if planned right.
Thank you. Mr. Walker, you need me to repeat the question?
No. I've actually worked with one budget that surpassed $1 million at the University of Michigan Flint. That was during an initiative to increase minority student enrollment down at U of M Flint, which we did. We had a ton of money that we afforded to worthy students. That was great joy. The other budget that I dealt with that was significant, however, did not exceed $1 million. I oversaw the utilization of about $75,000 in a family literacy program while working for Flint Community Schools through the Community Foundation of Greater Flint. And so I understand how important it is to keep accurate records. The one place where I think more money is needed here in the city of Flint, or more money should be allocated or budgeted to, would be the public safety, the police department. Because I find it kind of strange that I asked my daughter-in-law, who's a Genesee County Sheriff Deputy, and I said, why don't we see more of you guys in the city of Flint? She says, well, that's because the city of Flint won't pay the contract for policing within the city limits. I said, but isn't Flint in Genesee County? Isn't that a Genesee County agency? We should be entitled to at least some protection from the sheriff's department in the inner city. I mean, they have no problem pulling you over. I think that allocating more money to public safety, primarily the police department, would aid in abating some of the crime that takes place throughout the city.
I guess I want to get to know a little bit more about you guys. As you can see up here, we all get along and it's all rainbows and butterflies. Can you tell me what set of skill that you have, if you got inserted into the first ward seat, that you would bring to help continue our togetherness up here?
Wow, that's a big. Okay, can you repeat it one more time for me?
Yeah, what set of skills do you think that you bring to the council to help us out, to help us further getting along and to get the business done?
Okay, one of our skills I've always taught, interpersonal communication skills, training in the police academy, training a lot. Two, I'm able to, as far as act as a mediator. So if there's a problem, I feel like I would try my best to try and diffuse the situation. If I see a situation about to happen, I would try and diffuse it before we get there. Two, with my interpersonal communication skills and exercising that, I know I'm going to hear things. that I don't want to hear. Like we said, people are gonna say, if you are sitting up there, the residents are gonna say things that you don't like. That doesn't mean that if a resident says something or my colleague says something, that I have to react to it. There's a time and a place for everything. If I got a problem with another council person, I'm not gonna just go off in front of everybody and embarrass that person and put that person on the spot. I'm gonna pull that person aside and say, hey, can I talk to you? And make sure it's okay. You gotta teach people, you don't have to like a person to get along with them, but you should, the respect that you would want for yourself, you gotta give respect to get it. So, some of the things we have seen, and we all know what it is, and I'm not gonna go into that. I think I would try and just act as a mediator and try and use my interpersonal communication skills and my training as a police officer for 29 and a half years, working with the public, working with offenders. I think I can do a good job.
Mr. Billings?
What I would do, I would also use my communication skills, and I would be a listener, but I would try and resolve the problem by, like yesterday. I'll give an example. Yesterday's problem was the communication as far as somebody sitting in the wrong seat. That was started. So to resolve that, pull that person to the side, ask them, could they resume where they normally be? But my communication skill and me talking to it, if I see a problem, I'll walk up and talk, jump right in. I'm not scared of getting in any communication, verbal, to try and resolve things. Because that's what I'm good at. I'm good at solving problems rather than making problems.
Mr. Walker?
Yes. I would approach the job conscientiously, committed to the process, which is going to ultimately lead to consistency. I'm sorry, could you repeat that last part of the question?
Yeah, just what skill or set of skills do you have that you would bring to help mesh us together?
I am a strong communicator, and more than that, I'm a good listener. And in order to come to some median ground, you have to be a good listener. You have to also be brave enough to say, look, we're representing the city of Flint folks. We're representing those people that are sitting right out here. Let's be mindful of how we talk to one another. And it just goes down to a basic level of respect for one another. And that's what I feel. If you, like I said earlier, if you just kind of talk things out prior to the meeting, if you have a beef with someone, or if there's an issue, pull that person aside, because, you know, we're all going to look at any given situation from a different perspective. And we just have to be mindful that, hey, maybe councilperson number one is just viewing this from a different perspective. Again, put yourself in councilman or councilperson number one's position and try to see things from that area.
Ms. Roberts?
I do have conflict mediation training. However, my ability to redirect behaviors, I've learned that skill predominantly all my entire life. Even when it comes to teaching schools, working with parents, working with youth, parents upset, angry, coming in because you just failed their child. You have to know how to diffuse it, but you also have to offer some type of suggestion or advice as to how to to move forward from that. Now, I'm from the era that through leadership Flint and things like that, we worked on things like that even with Flint schools where we worked as a team, did some team workshops out at GISD and things like that, because in the school setting we have a host of teachers and things, and everybody don't like everybody for whatever everybody's reasons are. We have to work together in that building, and so we did those team exercises. We did community dinners. We did a lot of community dinners just to deal with undoing racism, things like that. And so I believe that respect is key. I believe that following rules is key. I believe we have rules for a reason, to control society so that we won't have a society that's just absolutely doing whatever they want to do. Whether or not it's right or wrong, it's whatever was accepted or adopted.
All right, so now we are going to move on with our concluding statements. And each candidate will have 3 minutes for their concluding statement. And so the last person that started off was, let me make sure it was okay. So we want to start off with Mr. Dillon.
My greatest asset to the first ward, like I said, I've been probably the oldest first ward resident. I've been a resident of my first ward for over 55 years. I implement programs through the House of Break Center. I've also implemented programs through the city using the through the CDBC block grant. I made it where people could attend centers at the age of 55, which is 50 now. And when I first started, I was 40 years old. So I've been with the seniors, with the centers over 25 years. And I'm also has implemented things through my fraternity, which is International Masons. I do coat drive fundraiser, but my biggest asset came when we had a little trouble with the city. Y'all remember the Cooper Center on Pasadena? I was one of the co-owners of that, and that was a building we bought to bridge the gap between seniors and children through tools such as kickboxing, learning how to teach in school, after school programs, math, tutoring them. So I have been around and I've seen my ward when it's at its worst. I've seen it when it's at its best. And I helped various organizations in my ward. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So now we're moving on to Mr. Walker.
Yes, as I stated before, I would approach the job conscientiously, committed to the process, and that's going to lead to consistency. And that's the biggest thing that I think we need on the council is consistent action. Those are just a few traits that I bring. I am determined, self-directed, I'm a self-starter, I've got that get up and go, and I have the wherewithal to perform the functions of the council seat. I'm never going to be what Mr. Mays was. Nobody's going to be, there's never going to be another Eric Mays. No matter how you felt about it or whatnot, that man was passionate and stood on his truth. that's just what I intend to bring to the council if I'm appointed and subsequently elected, because I do plan to run in any event. I also plan to support any one of these candidates to my right here in their endeavor. Because I've spoken with these folks the last few days or so, and I just love Rosemary because she takes copious notes, and she's very deliberate about her actions and whatnot. And so I'm committed to the city of Flint, and so if that means that I'm not appointed to the council, I am willing to work with anybody who is appointed to the council to move the first ward forward. Thanks for having me tonight, and I really appreciate this opportunity.
Right, so now we are ready for you, Ms. Roberts.
In closing, and I'm going to read from some writings of mine. I strongly believe that the best way to serve distressed communities and diverse community groups is through a comprehensive, coordinated, and integrated approach that combines bottom-up initiatives that include community-based organizations and private sector and the general public in the planning process. This involves the people, i.e. the customer, in the strategic planning. This is an opportunity for defining a common vision, of setting goals, achieving results, and the way with the entire fabric of the community, which includes the following: mobilization of resources, assessment of housing and economic development opportunities, education, development of housing and economic development strategies, plans, leveraging of public and private resources. This is my common vision for achieving a common goal and the objectives for Flint. Also, my role would be to capitalize on the neighborhood strengths and opportunities for the housing and community development projects and programs, create a shared vision and goals for the Flint community, work with organizations to develop a common vision for and identify goals that support the vision and asset the strengths and the weaknesses of our community. I'm working every day for a city that becomes a premier city, an urban premier city, a city that the community moves towards the 21st century, that empowers its residents and businesses by enabling them to employ innovative and collaborative strategies to produce and attract and for a desirable Flint community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Roberts. Now we're going to move on to Ms. Morrow. You're next.
Yes, ma'am. I feel I would be the right person for the first ward because of my love for the city. I plan to live the rest of my life in the first ward. With my experience and background, I would be an asset to the first ward, I feel. I'm going to continue to do what I'm already doing in the community and more. No one will ever be able to fill Councilman Eric May's shoes, but I can pick up where he left off. And I can continue to address a lot of the issues that the residents have advised me of. Again, I will never be able to be Councilman Eric Mays, but I learned a lot from him. So he said stand together and stand strong, and that was something he said a lot. If you watch a lot of the videos, we can learn a lot from those videos. Those TikTok videos that people talk about, the YouTube videos, the council meetings, we can learn a lot. And not just from Councilman Mays, a lot of other council people also. But again, I'm gonna do the best I can in the first ward, and that's something I promise the council and I promise the residents. And most of all, the residents, I understand the residents will always come first, and I do know right and wrong. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I believe this will conclude our interview session for.
Motion to adjourn.
Support.
All right, good motion on the floor to adjourn, supported by Ms. Priestley. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Whoa, wait. You gotta explain the next steps to. Oh.
Proceed. Point of order. What's your point?
We need to explain the next steps for the candidates.
Okay, yeah, well, I know it's a motion on the floor and it's been properly supported. So, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Mr. Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Mr. Chat? No. Mr. Pfeiffer?
I'm going to abstain, just because I think with the potential lawsuit, I don't know that we can explain next steps. So that's why I want to adjourn.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Mr. Gomez? 5 no, 1 abstention.
The vote is, 1 yes, 4 no, 1 abstention. And so the motion to adjourn has failed. So the next steps, I will, okay, thank you. So I'm gonna go ahead and see if our clerk will have any final comments before we adjourn for the meeting.
I will agree with Mr. Pfeiffer. At this time, we want to go until tomorrow at 5 p.m. How we move forward with this process. So, yeah, I think we'll have to wait until we work back. Really say anything else, but I will say that the Monday meeting, you have to appoint somebody by that meeting.
Okay, so I believe it'll be a fair statement to say that the clerk will reach out for further instruction. All right, very well. So thank you all so much for coming, and now the chair will entertain a motion to.
So moved.
All right. Any support? Support by Councilman Stephens. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Mr. Chat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no, and this special city council meeting is now adjourned. Thank you.